I don't even know how I made the screen.
What?
I don't even hardly know how to work this thing.
Damn, boy. Don't worry about it. Get it together.
No, I got it, but I don't know how I made the background black.
I think it do it automatically.
Oh, I'll do it.
When you share the screen.
When you spend half the night trying to figure that out.
Share the screen.
Hilarious.
All right, we live right now. I ain't start the show yet, so y'all watch what y'all say. There's people coming in. What's going on, everybody? We about to start the show in a second. If y'all hear anything wild, if you hear me slap my girl or something, I'm really not like that.
Oh, shit.
I'm really a nice guy. All right, let me see. Got that. Patrick Mahomes out here kicking ass. Library. What's up, everybody? Do y'all see the title of the show? Give me a second. I'm gonna put 3. Let's put a time up, y'all. Let's put a time up when I'm gonna start this funky show. Let's do 3.
Everybody got
Yes, y'all come in here, hit that like button. Y'all see the title of the show. I think we got a real good build for y'all today. Tonight. All right, we got 3:25 and then we going live. Let's hit that timer. Wipe y'all feet off at the door. Hit that like button. Get on in here.
Yeah. DQ. Check. Have you ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Alright. Nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. And you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Calculated every step, so I can't stand a hater out here hating on. Niggas out here making moves. See a hand out the type of shit they waiting on. I'm the type to overlook a hand cause the wrong step will cost an arm and leg. Niggas tripping, signing deals in red. I'ma hit the booth and make some hits instead. Light years ahead. We done ghost wrote a couple of albums, see we up for the challenge. Man, I'm focused on the bread, but these niggas be fucking astounded when it come to my talents. It just pop up past when it come to the salad, yeah, zips to the head. And we never mind hating consumers when it come to the rumors, cause we put them hoes to bed. Oh yeah, niggas try to take the page out my book and take the same steps I took. Network and cultivating relationship, a skill still for real overlooked. Whole squad moving like we Voltron, yeah, the whole nine looking like a gold mine. I'ma show mine, nigga, when it's go time. I'ma blow mine, niggas, when it's showtime. Niggas try to take a page out my book and take the same steps I took. Cultivating a networking relationship, a skill still for real overlooked. Whole squad moving like we Voltron, yeah, the whole nine looking like a gold mine. Only show mine, nigga, when it's go time. I'ma blow mine, niggas, when it's showtime. Yes, sir. Have you ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground, and you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright, I'ma make the right move when the time right.
Yeah.
Nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground, and you made it come true cause you stayed down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright, I'ma make the right move when the time right. Yeah. Big dreams, nightmares and monsters. Pimp thieves, hoes, thoughts and choppers. Crooked oppers, play cops and robbers. Sip lean, smoke weed's the mantra. Weigh risk against shit that cost us. Hit a lick, it tastes bittersweet. You just a good soul, you wanna save the world, but you ain't they type, so they hint to lead. Wholesome souls die and world's incomplete. So I chase the pain so I can chase my dreams. Liquor is licorice inside my candy shop. Candy paint drop, wood grain supreme. Good for it, I'm good for it. Started the wave, you'll see when you look for it. Real recognize the real you look for. Pressing your luck and I wish you would for us. You don't want a person, nigga, that be living on this North Star. So close,
30
but I'm
seconds,
so far.
y'all.
I'm a tiger in the woods, but I swing like a home run. Holistically on par. You don't really want war, but I'm raw like a tennis racket. How about Venus, but I'm on Mars. So went the galactic is soup for your solar. Bring it back now. You don't want a person, nigga, that be living on this North Star. So close, but I'm so far. I'm a tiger in the woods, but I swing like a home run. Holistically on par. You don't really want war, but I'm raw like a tennis racket. How about Venus, but I'm on Mars. So went the galactic is soup for your solar. Virgo. Have you ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground, and you made it come true.
Good afternoon. Pseudo Killers is in the building. I hope everybody having a awesome Sunday. You know, I hope y'all ready for the content that we about to bring to y'all. This is a Pseudo Killers. Let me click this off. This is a Pseudo Killers special, right? So we've been having a discussion over well, Unc wanted to name the title Science and Critical Thinking. How do we merge, or do we even merge traditional African culture and customs or cosmology with modern science? We're going to discuss that today. On the panel right now, we have Unc West and my main man, Concrete Corey.
What up? What up? Peace to everybody. Peace to the chat. Peace to everybody out there listening, man.
Yeah, what's going on, family? I wanted to name the show Science and Critical Thinking, how the Bantu culture or cultures got it all wrong. And, you know, I was just being a little funny because I like to crack the jokes, but the reality is all the ancient cultures got it wrong. And that statement to a lot of us really, it kind of shake us a little bit. But the Aztecs got it wrong. The Mayans got it wrong. The Egyptians got it wrong. The Bantu got it wrong. Native American cultures from the Arizona all the way down to Florida, all the way to the deep Amazon got it wrong. The Native Americans in Canada got it wrong. The ancient Chinese got it wrong. They all got it wrong. But that's okay. And for me, the measuring stick for those cultures was how did they navigate and manipulate their ecology to be able to have viable offspring to continue the community. And so there's systems that was created 1000 AD, 1500 BCE, Stone Age, Iron Age. These systems were fit for their ecologies. Taking those same systems, bringing them in 2021, they're unfit. And it's clear that they're unfit. So let's really get into it. And I'm not talking about a specific group at all. Shout out to the Mossy, shout out to Kofi Pasai research team, shout out to the Underraw squad. When I'm talking about somebody, I'm gonna name him Sean. So when I'm talking about Sean, I'm gonna say Sean. Now, Sean, that's my man. All right, y'all supposed to know that. We go back and forth, and Ben Crazy, Ben say, man, it's your fault. Like, how's it my fault? He said, man, you started the battleship. You know what I'm saying? Battle scholarship, right? That was the way you did it. Sean just giving you what you gave. And I was like, you right. Right? So, you know, Sean is that's my man. I won't let nobody disrespect him. Right? And y'all see us fighting. The shit y'all see with me and Sean going back and forth ain't not what you see with me, Chef, and Corey and them. It'd be 10 times that. So if y'all thinking that, oh, got a riff with the mic, no, y'all ain't seen nothing. Right here, Chef get on my damn nerves, yo. That concrete Corey with that Mediterranean culture shit, I be ready to cuss this motherfucking ass out. But I know I can't do that because that ain't what friends do. But I got a special place in my heart for Africa. So much so that I'm not willing to take their philosophical, cosmic thought and put it beside slow, take your time, dry science. No, I'm not willing to do that. They cosmology, these ancient cultures in Africa can absolutely stand on their own. They were fit for their environment. They were forged out of their environment, and they need to give rise to viable offspring, and it worked. So how dare me put it up against science? It makes no sense. So for me, it's a special heart. It's a special place in my heart for African cosmology, for these ancient people who brought forth ancient wisdom. So I feel like it's a discredit, right, when we try to put it and face it off with modern science, which, by the way, is not dedicated to a particular people. The modern science is so successful because, let's read real quick, and then we're gonna let Corey kick it off, because Corey knows that's his favorite subject. Corey ears perked up when he was like, the cosmos, that's where we at. That's his thing right there, right? He gonna show you all the books, right? I got a lot of the books, like we like this dude right here, Donald Pretero, right? Weird Earth, debunking strange ideas about our planet. So let's come to science and critical thinking. And watch this, y'all, right? Like it or not, we all live in an age of science and technology. Science has, right, utterly transformed the lives and fates, not just of humans, but of all organisms on planet Earth. Just look at the science, just look at what science has given us. Only 150 years ago, most children died in childbirth or through incurable childhood diseases. Today, thanks to modern medicine, nearly all children in developed worlds survive their birth and early years. We take for granted we take for granted that most of us carry a device in our pocket that is more powerful than a room-sized computer from only 50 years ago. It also performs as a phone, pager, clock, calculator, and video and audio player, and has many other functions. Until the invention of the steam locomotive, and then even faster transports, no human could travel any faster than a horse could run. And that's funny, right? Now, we all routinely travel at 65 miles per hour on highways, and many people have flown and traveled faster than sound. Our lives are so completely dependent on the miracles of science and technology that we don't even think about them anymore. We are aware of our dependence on them only when we lose them, such as during powerful outages or an earthquake or other natural disasters. Likewise, over the past 200 years, scientific method, I'm gonna say this again, likewise, over the past 200 years, the scientific method has been applied to study the earth, and its processes has led to great discoveries. We now know of millions of extinct animals that lived long before humans ever appeared. We can date rocks with high precision and can estimate the age of the age of the origin of the Earth and solar system at 4.56 billion years. We know what shapes the surface of the planet Earth, what is beneath the surface, and how continents move around the Earth's surface. Instead of viewing earthquakes as signs of the wrath of gods, we understand what causes them and have made enormous strides in understanding and preparing for them, if not predicting them. Modern societies run on coal, oil, natural gas, and uranium, as well as valuable materials like gold, silver, copper, and platinum. And it depends on resources like steel, stone, and concrete core. These discoveries and technologies were made possible only by the application of the scientific method to earth sciences by scientists curious to know how the earth worked. So for us to apply science to a people that didn't have the scientific method is ridiculous. No community prior to the advent of the scientific method could do none of the things I just spoke of. So I wouldn't have to read any literature on the Aztecs, on the Mayans, on the Egyptians, on the quote unquote West African societies, East African societies, South African societies. I wouldn't have to understand and know their traditions. I would only have to know, right, that they didn't have the scientific method nor the tools needed to see the things that we see today. And with that, I'm okay. Concrete Corey, man, let's get into your favorite subject, bro. I think it's a good one, man. And like the conversation has to be had. Conversations are hard. We're in a place where we need African concepts and ideas. Our children need to know about them.
No doubt, no doubt. I think it's a good conversation. I think every time the conversation comes into this realm, everybody learns something, even myself. So this helps me. It encourages me to get back into the books a little bit and try to, catch up on some of the latest cosmology and astrophysics. Lately, obviously, everybody been in an uproar. All of the enthusiasts, rather, been in an uproar because of the the launching of the James Webb telescope. So, that's been encouraging me to kind of get back into the astrophysics a little bit anyway. But I just wanted to basically read.
You're jumping, y'all jumping.
Okay, go ahead.
Remember, I was gonna read the source that gave us the contention first.
Right. Okay.
Right, so,
all right.
Yeah.
We can definitely let's go over
Read that
and let's read that. You know what I mean?
All right. Yeah.
Because I want to. It's a learning moment for me. All of this is a learning moment for all of us. So you know what I mean? Like I don't know everything, but let's.
Well,
let's hear
Corey, Unc, I know y'all have the book. Y'all can go to page 22. That's African cosmology, of the Bantu Congo, Principles of Life and Living by Fukuyao.
What page you going to?
Page 22,
22.
Mapping the Universe. This is what Sean had read that I think we had the contention with.
Yeah, and it ain't even with the Bantu people. It's with Fukuyao.
It's with Fukuyao, basically.
Yeah, what he did. Yeah, I felt like he discredited the Bantu cosmology.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have to do what he did. I think it stands on its own. But go ahead. Yeah, are you showing it or you what?
Yeah, I'm showing it on the screen for our YouTube pseudo killers. All right, it's on the screen now. Let's get to it. Mapping the Universe. This is page 22 from out of Fukuyao's African Cosmology of the Bantu Congo. All right. For the Bantu people, the Congo in particular, the universe as we see and know it is the result of the primitive event that occurred in and around it. Well known as the Laku Lawamba in Zambi, God cooked dough, the magmatic matters, the Big Bang. That is Fukuyao, 1969. It is the result of an expanding fire process that leaves behind, through a cooling process, satellites and planets. It is the process of the cosmic expanding fires. According to the Congo teaching, our planet, Earth, was the starting point of this fire in our solar system. On the ground of this old Bantu teaching, the universe can be mapped in three main layers or zones, depending if it is in green, gray, or red state. A, green or breathing planet. Green or breathing planets are living planets because they have completed the four great formation stages of the Congo cosmogram, known as the Kinga D Congo. Fukuyao, 1969, 1980, 1991. The key word to these planets is greenness, the vitality given nature. Green planets like our own planet, Earth, can be thought of as the oldest planets to our solar systems. The Earth, for example, can be seen for the Bantu people as the oldest planet of the solar system. Excuse me, Corona. Green planets, green planets occupy the center of our systems in our expanding universe. Remember, this is according to Fukuyao. This is according to the Bantu cosmology. I mean, all right. The expanding.
No, they said. I ain't heard this. They said Fukuyao, 19 said, like, this is his interpretation,
right,
of the Bantu. Like, I ain't heard no Bantu say none of what he's saying.
Right.
I ain't attributing that to the Bantu.
Yeah, we ain't gonna throw the Bantu under.
If y'all want to, that's fine. But I'm not attributing none of that to the Bantu. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, so keep reading. We can go back when he interjects, but he's interjecting his modern understanding of science into this.
I agree. Go ahead. I agree 100%. The expanding creative fire energy that departed from the first event or the Big Bang. Remember, the Congo didn't say that. Fukuyao is saying this. I'm gonna read it again so y'all can understand who is saying this. He says the expanding creative fire energy that departed from the first event or the Big Bang was not an experimental explosion from a laboratory, as the Bantu Congo say the Bantu Congo. Now, he's saying the Bantu Congo said that. Now, do y'all think? Yeah,
but who even said it was an explosion from a laboratory?
Why would the Congo, why would the people of the Congo mention an explosion from a laboratory when that ain't even in their ecology. That's not even something that they would use. So we know this ain't them. Do y'all get that?
One sec. So I could see them saying a Big Bang, right? But that guy, Fukuyama, is supposed to be intelligent enough to know that they're not talking about the Big Bang that would be later on a scientific theory. But he plays the game right there. Y'all see how he played that game? They might have said for them it was a banging, right? I don't know the language. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
But they didn't know that somebody later on in 1986 or so would come back and apply it to a scientific theory. We can't put that on him. We got to put that on Fukuyama. That's on
Fukuyama.
Fukuyama is the person.
What that is, that's a Fukishian doctrine. That's a Fukishian perspective of the Bantu.
All right, so let me keep going.
Of the Bantu cosmogony. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
That's not the Bantu. I'm not putting that on the Bantu. Like, I am. Furthermore, like, I don't think none of us have ever said the Bantu was. I think maybe you might have said the Bantu was wrong, but I think you thought that the Bantu was saying with Fukuyama. I think you was mixing them up with Fukuyama. Now that you understand, I don't think you would agree that the Bantu was wrong in what they were saying about
no. The Bantu was right? Because who am I to say, okay, that they can't sit on a log somewhere near a lake on a hot summer night, right, with those elders or those who love to watch the stars and those who created, right, that cosmology and looked at the stars and saw what they saw. They wasn't wrong. That's all they could do. They seen what they could see with the tools that they had. So in that, they're not wrong. They only become wrong when Fukuyama puts them in the middle of a damn Big Bang conversation. And y'all should really hear what we're saying right now. Get what we're saying. So we're not anti-African. We're not don't like the Africans. We're saying that the guy that was raised in Africa, Fukuyama, who went to European schools, obviously, right, probably, had PhDs, he do that to them. He wants to throw light on that. But I'm going to tell you, I read about close to 150 pages today. And once you get past what Sheffer's reading, then when you look at the cosmology, this shit is good, right? It's trying to inform your character. So all y'all need to read that part, how to inform your character, how we should, as adults, and from children to adults, grow into the situation where we start making the community, we push to give things to the community to make it right. And if you would understand that, you would understand how backwards it is to gangbang against each other. Just based off of how they was trying to inform their character. But Fukuyama, he messed it all up. And then he throw some pseudo in there, and I'm going to show y'all. But go ahead, Chef.
All right.
It ain't the Bantu.
All right.
It's Fukuyama.
It's Fuki.
Stop putting the N on the end of Bantu, yo.
Bantu?
No, Bantu.
Bantu.
You know they gonna wild us out over that.
Bantu. Yeah, Bantu. I don't want to be like the Europeans. Name no quick. Bantu.
They hold us to the standards of the experts. It's like, yo, we not. I'm a motherfucking construction worker, bro. I'm not a fucking expert.
Yeah, I'm a dude. I'm a Baltimore dude.
Like, man, dude, I'm gonna fuck some words up, bro. Believe me.
Yeah.
All right, here we go, y'all. It was a natural, call it divine. Y'all hear that? It was a natural, call it divine imperative order to bring a transformation process into being throughout the universe and into all its planets until their full maturity, i.e., be able to breathe and give/carry life. To our present knowledge, our planet the Earth is the only planet known that has so far fulfilled this order. It is green, breathes, and does not only give life, but is able to sustain it up to now as well. Gray planets. Gray planets are planets without life yet. They are without life yet because these planets are still in their cooling or Gola process stage, eventually heading toward their second, third, and fourth stages of the Congo cosmogram, greatest stages as described by the works. The moon and the planet Mars, which means wife of the moon, are of this stage. All right, planets in this group occupy the second immediate zone. All right, we don't have to go into that.
So, okay, do this. Do this real quick. Let me show y'all something. So, based off of Bantu cosmology, to them, right, the Earth is the center of the universe. Why is that? Because humans are human-centered. Right. That's why they used to think for a long time, right, that the actual sun traveled around the planets. And they literally put, what's the name? They put them on house arrest. What's the astronomer name? God damn.
Galileo.
You're talking about
Galileo.
Socrates.
Galileo.
Galileo.
They put him on house arrest. Watch this, y'all. They put Galileo on house arrest for saying that, no, the sun don't go around the earth go around the sun. Look it up. I'm not making this up. Humans, that's what humans do. We make ourselves the most important thing in the cosmos. And so why wouldn't the Bantu create a cosmological framework where they are the center of it? That's what all indigenous tribes do. I thought we kind of understood that. So everybody want to bang on me, bang on the pseudo killers, which is bringing clarity to the situation. We're not trying to teach Bantu cosmology. Not at all. Not at all. Right? We'll leave that to the masses, right? They literally have people that are installed in African custom and traditions, which most Negropeans refuse to do. They refuse to actually install themselves and learn the languages. They refuse to do that. They refuse to write books on it. I'm reading a book right now. Hold on 1 second. Watch this. Right now, right? I'm gonna say Sean real quick. Hey, Sean, dude, I read 150 pages of that little crazy book you had me read, Fukia, right? He was crazy in the first, he went nuts, right? When he talked about the Bantu constructing character, that was deep. That was deep. But I'm reading this right now. Clear. I'm reading it. Clear for me. I'm reading this right now. It's helping me understand more. Who knew? Right? I'm reading this right now. So don't doubt my diet. I wake up in the morning, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and I can read for an hour, clear, rocking, 100 pages, easy, 150, easy. Right? So anyway, when we talk about planets, to them, planets are formed. And to them, the Earth is completion of a planet. Now, get what I'm saying, right? But in science, okay, it has nothing to do with a planet being in completion stage. So it's based off of a zone. They call it the Goldilocks zones, right? So a marble planet, right? The blue planets, right? They in a specific zone in the right spot where maybe it can hold life, right? It has nothing to do with a planet of completion like Mars. Mars had water on it. And now Mars looks barren. Right? There's certain planets that the atmosphere actually is raining diamonds on it. I forget what planet is that, Corey?
I'm not sure of that planet, but I do know of neutron stars that's pretty much a diamond in the sky. It's a diamond, a planet-sized diamond. It's like a trillion carats. That's pretty much what a neutron star is like.
Learn something every day. But the point is, to the Bantu, the completion is a green planet because they standing on Earth with green grass and stuff. But in the field of science, we know that there is no such thing as a completed planet. We don't fault. It doesn't make, we're not faulting for that. But nobody can come back and say, see, it's showing the completion. No, that's not. Remember, evolution, there is no completion. You said it best on the phone, Corey, what evolution was. No direction. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's no direction. It ain't no end goal to evolution. You know what I mean?
Right. So they got that wrong. But that's okay. They got it wrong according to science, not according to their African perspective. Okay.
I just hate to even put that on them though. Like I think that's just him doing. I can't see.
Yeah, Foucault put that out there.
Foucault did all that,
doing too much. Him. We get the banging on all of Africa because this guy wrote a crazy book.
Right.
We gotta stop that. Like we can't do that to Africa, right? And I understand Kofi and them passion for Africa, right? And I don't, but like we can't jack everything African. Just the same way that y'all don't jack everything African American. We know that African Americans write crazy books too, right? And have crazy philosophies and things, and we put them crazy African Americans in their place. Y'all beef every day with the Moors and the Hebrew Israelites and the, you know what I mean? The Jehovah's Witness, the Black Jehovah's Witness, or whoever else, right? The crazy Kemetic people. Y'all beef with everybody because y'all have no problem with putting African Americans in their place when they overstep. Right? Or make claims that can't be substantiated. So we saying that Africans are human and sometimes do the same thing. We done read through the guy Foucault book. We see that this guy ain't right. Right? So what do y'all want us to do about this? Should we now start banging on the Congo people and calling them stupid or anything because this guy choose to write pseudo book, right? That's one of our words. We can call this book pseudo. And later on, Uncle will get into the pseudoisms that's in this book that this guy put forth.
It take 1 second.
He stole that shit and ran off with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man, you can't do that. He tried to run the academia with that shit. Like, nah, bro, you stole that. Take it back where it belongs. It belongs to a certain people in a certain location in a certain time period.
But what did
That's it.
You see that video that I sent y'all earlier, right? About the Muslim guy Zakir Naik.
I didn't see it.
Y'all gotta watch it. Well, like I said the other night, Muslims and Christians do the same thing, right? They take their stories right out of their Quran and their Bible. And they try to align it up with modern science to try to tell us that back then that this had to be the handiwork of God because how would they know these things back then before modern science, right? So they try to align certain things that their religious book says about the natural world, right? We know that those things are wrong that those books mentioned about the natural world, right? Because modern science then proved them wrong. But in the face of that, they go out of their way painstakingly to try to say that these things actually align with modern science. So I believe Foucault was trying to do the same thing that the Christian and the Muslim do. If you ever can go look at Ken Ham, is another Christian apologist who try to write the Bible into science, right? Or align it with science or disprove science according to the biblical tradition.
Go to 28.
William Lane Craig
does
Big
it.
Bang,
yeah, exactly.
Big Bang cosmology.
Exactly.
You know, he actually understands the real science, but you know, he still try to weave the God. Like it's a lot of different ways they try to weave the religion into to modern science. Yeah.
Chef,
And a
go
lot
to
of
page
different people
28.
do it.
Page what?
28.
28. 26, 27, 20. Oh my God. They gonna trip when they see this. Let me switch my screen.
Yeah, something.
Y'all gonna trip off of this one.
So yeah, so like 25, 26, he's talking about he's talking about him. He go from like the cosmos, right? They got a picture on here, what they thought the map was, right? Bantu and Congo traditional scholarship on mapping the universe, right? All right. Okay. According to science, they got that wrong.
I'm
But
on
according
page,
to them,
I'm on the page that you said is on.
so right here is just talking. He goes into he has to rise. He's talking about humans, right? Mm-hmm. He say humans has to rise as the sun does in order to kala, to become.
Hold on, what page you on?
Oh, that's on 26.
Oh man,
I want to ease down into where he start where he just do too much. But I want to say this because I thought this was interesting in how to inform and instruct character. He says, okay, he says he has to rise as the sun does in order to kala, to become, to light fire. The kala and kalzemia concept itself is associated with blackness and is used as a symbol of emergence of life. The physical world, the kusiki, the gunza, spiritual man, is associated with the forces behind this concept and this process. Kala is the strongest will of, Untu's existence as we meet it in the daily expression. Now, Kalaba Mutu is be a human being, be helpful being, a helpful being. Makes sense. Kalaba, Kada, is be the community's medicine, right? That's deep. Saying, yo, you should be something that actually helps heal the community. You know what I mean? Like your life, your example. That's deep. Kalaba, Kasi, Kanda, is be a leader of the community. Man, right? So when we deny medical science, are we really being leaders in the community? Kaba Ganga, is be a specialist, a true knower, a master, right? A doer. Man, that's what we always talk about, right? And then let me see, Kalaba Kingu, okay? It's be a principle of the community. Come on, man, they on their A game. Then the next one is, I don't want to keep messing up the African names. It's be a system within a system. Okay, y'all know what that is. Be a system within a system, right? You know, systems. Think, you know, so that's why, right? In my mind, I'm like, yo, we need teams upon teams. Okay, that way it's checks and balances. That way, don't nobody get the big head. You know, be a system, be organized. That's organized. Systems are organized. The next one be wise and sensible to human systems. Understand understand how humans think. Understand how we work. Understand the systems. Be sensible. Give them leeway. I ain't beating you over the head because you don't got a scientific concept down. I only beat you over the head when you try to debunk the scientific concept with some foolery. The next one is be alive. Be a cold fighter, extinguisher, a lighter. The next one is be a leader, a specialist. So that's deep. But then, and then the last one, hold on, be the strongest of the community, right? Next one, be a Mukongo, a judge of his community. This is when it gets crazy. It's the Kula position occupies the center of the cone, the power of leadership, which I may
what page
call,
you jump to?
Huh?
What page did you jump to?
I'm on 28 now.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm skipping right to it so y'all can see it.
All right, give me
You
a
there?
second. Yeah, I'm there, but it ain't, the computer they didn't catch up to it yet. You know that we're a little bit ahead of YouTube.
All right.
It's about to come up now for the YouTubers. All right, you can go.
The Tukula position occupies the center of the cone of power and leadership, which I may also call the via life, which he is calling the via life. It's to grow, to mature, is to be ready to enter into powerful zone of the V of life. It is very important to understand also that to enter the V of life zone is to stand vertically, and he gives some words, inside the V of life. We say V ki zingu. It's to stand vertically, like a master Ganga between the earth and the sky, and between the upper world and the lower world. Okay, watch this. The Egyptian Ankh symbol itself is nothing else but the symbol of a master standing vertical inside the V of his community life as a priest and a leader. The fate of societies, institutions, and social systems all depend on how people of a given society enter the zone. Yeah, I get it. But all that, the Ankh as a standard person, that's straight pseudoisms right there. No person to teach about Egypt do that. So I'm starting to feel like I'm listening to a Malachi York. Like, that's not right. Don't make me read something, because I love to read. But that right there, yo, makes me question everything before that. The Ankh symbol is simply, whenever you see the Ankh symbol in Egyptian writing, it's simply talking about life, right? Some people also speculate that it also was a strap to a sandal. But whenever you see it, it's the word life, life. It don't mean the penis, it don't mean the womb, and it don't mean somebody standing there in between a damn V. Simple as that. This is what we talking about here. Don't make me read nothing. Don't make me do it. Don't say read the book, because I'm going to read the book. That's him doing all that. That's him. That's not the Bantu talking about the Ankh is this. Corey, get into it. Go ahead, man. I'm just saying that's the shit to get me frustrated, yo. It just gets me frustrated, yo. And then, it just gets me frustrated, bro. It just do. Like, that's not the game I'm willing to play.
Right. I already know it.
Corey, you can share your screen when you're ready.
I'm going to share my screen, yeah. I'm just going to read some of these, just a few paragraphs from this chapter. I was going to read the whole chapter, but I don't want to put everybody to sleep and then. But let's see. This is the New Cosmos by David Etcher. I'm gonna go here. Y'all got this, right? Chef?
Yes, sir.
Y'all got this book too, right? Okay.
Of course, we got that book.
All right, I'm gonna start here. I'm gonna start at this paragraph here on page 222 on the PDF, right? It says, at an age of 15 million years, the universe emitted a room temperature glow of 300 degrees Kelvin, which is 27 degrees Celsius and 81 degrees Fahrenheit, right? Bathed everywhere in the radiation of a warm summer day. When it was only 1.5 million years old, the universe was bathed in a reddish glow and was rather warmer than a sunny afternoon at 1200 degrees Kelvin, which is 1700 degrees Fahrenheit. At an age of approximately 380,000 years after the Big Bang, the universe reached a critical moment in his history. This age of recombination, as it's called, marked a turning point. Before this stage, atoms of hydrogen and helium were ionized. So, and we're gonna get into ionized, some more later on in this chapter. That is consisting of positively charged nuclei, but without electrons. As the universe cooled to a critical state, these electrically charged nuclei captured electrons. In the so-called era of recombination, this changed the universe such that most protons were bound to neutral atoms, freeing photons in the near infinite path, in near infinite paths, in a process called decoupling. So this is why you can only see, basically, photons is trapped because space-time expanded faster than the speed of light, right? So this is why you can only see so far back. This is to the CMB. Like you can only see the leftover radiation from the Big Bang, basically. But it'll go deeper into that further into the chapter, or whatever. But this created an imprint of light called the cosmic microwave background radiation. The same light detected by Penzias and Wilson and studied by a battery of instruments and spacecraft ever since. Hence the cosmic microwave background radiation gave us a picture of the universe at the end of this important era. Moving further back in time takes us back into a province of the early universe where the chronology becomes even stranger. In the oldest moments of the early universe, we find a state of matter in which atoms do not exist. The temperatures are too high for atoms to hold together. And in this so-called ionized era, atomic nuclei exist in a huge bath with decoupling electrons. So like when we're talking about this is I want to pause here real quick, but when we're talking about heat and sometimes you'll hear scientists talk about like this fiery ball when they talk about the singularity and stuff like that. They use these descriptor words, but there is no fire. This is just, humans are bound by our language. We can only communicate. We only got so many words to describe things. Sometimes we have to use terms to have the layman understand, where the actual experts is coming from. So people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, when they write books, people like Lawrence Krauss and others of that caliber, of that ilk, should I say, they don't write for academia. They write for the layman, for the enthusiasts. You know what I mean? So we shouldn't really go too far when they use that kind of language like fiery and furnace. I've heard Lawrence Krauss talk about stars as a nuclear furnace, so obviously a star is not a furnace, you know what I mean? But this is just some of the language that they use to make a complicated thing not so complicated, you know what I mean? But getting back to where I was at, the universe is a giant cocktail sea of plasma So that's actually what it is. It's plasma, not fire. So this is charged particles. You know what I mean? In the universe, this is what is initially going on in the early universe. This is what you're looking at when you're seeing the cosmic microwave background. When you're looking through the microwave telescope that they use, you got to have and also you have to have a microwave telescope to see that. You know, I mean, you can see in figure A.2a. I mean, figure 11A.2a. You know, you can definitely just take a look at that. But the universe is a giant cocktail sea of plasma, and this state of freely mixed particles sustains for about 380 years, 80,000 years. The fact that the atoms were ionized unleashed a spray of electrons everywhere, meaning photons cannot travel freely, and the cosmos is locked in an opaque glow. This prevents astronomers from seeing back any further in time than the era of decoupling. The light they do see from this era is the cosmic background radiation, the imprint of the early universe. Before the era of decoupling, radiation was scattered continuously by free electrons. At the decoupling era, the universe glowed uniformly at 3,000 degrees Kelvin. Hot enough to melt titanium. Another crucial aspect of the early universe was the changeover of relative mass densities of matter and radiation. In the so-called era of equal density, every cubic centimeter of space contained the same mass as equivalent energy, using E equals MC squared. As astronomers look back into the universe, of course, they see the density of matter increasing, but the density of radiation increasing even more quickly than that of matter as we look back in time. At around 100,000 years after the Big Bang, the radiation and matter density were equal. Along with the decoupling era, the era of equal density occurring near the end of the early universe. So we move on.
Real quick.
Go ahead. And yeah, that's what I was going to say. If y'all want to interrupt and you know, add some or whatever, y'all can do that.
You read the term Calvin twice, right? And I just wanted to kind of explain what Calvin is. It's a system of measurement that measures temperatures in all directions.
Right, absolutely.
Up, down, left, right, inside, outside, all directions. Just wanted to put that in so y'all understood that.
Right. So yes, this is you absolutely right. This is how they measure the temperature of the universe in Kelvin. That's the unit that they measure the temperature of the universe. Okay. So I really and I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. I just wanted to read a little bit of that, but I wanted to go to
what's that machine you pass?
Oh, this is that's a telescope. That's it's a laboratory and telescope. This is they listening. I guess I don't know what this one is here. Let's go back to it here to illustrate the house in the South Pole. Okay, telescope. There's some similar signs of echoes left over from the Big Bang. Right. So this is basically another telescope that they're using in the South Pole. and it's cold. You know what I mean? So this is another thing about the telescope they just launched, the James Webb. So you know that they're gonna put it in the shade, right? They're gonna put it between the planets where it sits in the shade, where the sunlight don't hit it, right? So that it can be closer to the temperature of absolute zero, which is negative 200 degrees. And that way it can see medium infrared, not the infrared, but medium infrared. And this allows scientists to pick up a lot more data than we've been picking up in the past or whatever. But this page here. So I want to, you know, they was talking about the early, you know, we've been talking about the early universe. That's basically the subject, you know, the early universe and you know, what was going on in the early universe. And I want to talk about one of the earliest periods or the earliest period of time in the cosmos, which is 10 to the negative 43. So let's get into that a little bit. Oh, my bad. I lost my place. Okay. All right, here we go. But the earliest period of time, the earliest period of the cosmos following the Big Bang, the so-called Planck era, offers mysteries. This period expands from the Big Bang itself until approximately 10 to the negative 43 seconds, known as Planck time. During this brief period, some 13.79 billion years ago, quantum gravity probably dominated physical interactions in the cosmos, and gravitation was as strong as the other fundamental forces. Rather than discrete force, physics believes a single super force dominated the universe. At the end of this era, the super force probably split into two forces, gravity and a hyper weak force. And the hyper weak force can change matter into antimatter. And so that's what basically in the early universe, when you're talking about down in the Planck time, you're actually talking about a battle between matter, ordinary matter, and antimatter. And the reason why we made it here, the reason why I'm able to be able to talk to y'all and we able to argue about the Bantu and whether the Egyptians is a Mediterranean culture or not, right? The reason why we're able to have those discussions is because for every 100 antimatter particles, there was 101 matter particles. So it's only that much left over from the battle. You know what I mean? So let's just say the universe consists of 100 antimatter particles, and it consists of 101 regular matter particles, right? We're the one particle that's left over. That's us. That one particle that's left over. But we all know, you know, it's trillions and trillions and trillions. It was trillions and trillions and trillions of these particles battling, you know, in the early stages of the universe. And, you know, unfortunately, ordinary matter won the battle so that we can get here. You know what I mean? So I hope everybody appreciate that. That's a fun fact. So back to it. And the understanding of forces in the very early universe becomes even stickier according to so-called grand unified theories. the universe soon cooled down soon cooled to 10 to the 28 Kelvin. And then the hyper weak force split into two other forces, the strong force and the electro weak force. This transition then possibly marked the onset of cosmic inflation. The period that lasted from about 10 to the negative 36 to 10 to the negative 34 seconds, during which the universe hyperinflated. This was meaning hyperinflation, meaning the universe was expanding faster than the speed of light. So, just to go back to that this was what how the initial universe was expanding. So, okay. Which helped to explain a variety of observed cosmic phenomena we see much later on in the history of the universe. Inflation theory was proposed in the 1980s by American physicist Alan Guth and Russian-American physicist Andrei Linde and others, and enjoys very widespread support by cosmologists. In 2014, hard evidence for cosmic inflation was presented by a team of the BICE P2 telescope cosmic microwave background experiment at the South Pole. And that's what you was looking at in that figure when you asked what was we looking at. This is what we was looking at. So if y'all understand and what we always say, science not only makes byproducts, right? It creates byproducts, but it makes predictions. So you see in the 1980s, Alan Guth made a prediction that we came to have hard evidence for in 2014, right? So basically, that's what that's talking about.
Yeah, that's not a guess.
Yeah,
it's not a guess.
No, that was his hypothesis, right? And so, right, but he had a mathematical theorem to confirm his hypothesis. So it turned into a theory before they even had it was already a theory before they had the hard evidence. You see what I'm saying? Because he had an explanation. He had a mathematical explanation for it. So, yeah.
I just want to go because people thinking a prediction is you was guessing, but it's based off the data. And I think, since science is counterintuitive, people just miss that up. So a scientific hypothesis is not a guess. It's not guesswork at all. It's just not. It's not. And we should never equate that with guessing. What people was doing prior to the scientific method, they was guessing, right? It worked sometimes, at times it didn't. I always like to say the difference between a doctor, medicine man, shaman, witch doctor, all right, in the 1700s, what's the difference? It wasn't none. It was all quackery. The difference ended up being, at the end of the day, was what the clinical trials. That's what that's when the field started to separate, where the men were separated from the boys. But prior to that stage, I got this. It like in the pseudo community right now. They at that level. I'm Dr. such and such, right? Oh, I'm the witch doctor, so and so. I'm the shaman, such and such. Right? And everybody got a cure for something. That's how it was in the 1700s, to the point where they killed George Washington. But the bloodletting, they didn't know how many quarts of blood the human had, and they let out damn near 2-3 quarts, killed him. He had a simple cold. Crazy. They killed George Washington, man.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy. But so, basically, I'm maybe a reader just a little bit more, maybe, but I just really wanted to get into understanding, what it takes to understand the Big Bang theory. We're talking about a time. We're talking about the Planck time. We're talking about Planck time.
Planck time.
And I'm saying, talking about 0 seconds, like 0.0000000, like like till you get to 0.43, I guess. I don't know. It's 10. I think it's 10. I think it's a 0 with 70 zeros behind it. I believe. I could be wrong on that, but 10 to the negative 43 is a serious number. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's as close to 0 as it gets, right? You know what I'm saying? And that's as close as, literally, that's as close as we can get, So I always talk about, y'all always hear me talk about where God can be at. And that's pretty much, there he goes. He can be at 10 to the negative 44. That's where you can put God. But no. I just want to give a figure. I just want y'all to see, the expansion. So look at this right here, right? And you see the red dot, right? And so this is basically like a balloon, and this is basically, look at this balloon as the CMB, right? And so you see that dot, and these are regions of space-time, those fluctuations right there, those quantum, we'll say those are quantum fluctuations right there. And you see the difference in the amount of time. These is milliseconds, you know what I mean? Until you look, and to the point where it just looks flat. You know what I'm saying? This is why this is the perspective we have. This is why we have a flat universe. You know what I'm saying? This is why we say we got a flat universe right here, because that's the perspective we have. But this is what inflation, and this is why everything looks like it's moving. Looks like that dot is the center of the universe, right? But everywhere is the center of the universe. Even if the dot was in a different place, pick a place. Like, imagine that dot being somewhere else on that. It would still seem like that dot was the center of the universe. You see what I'm saying? No matter where it's at. And as the universe expands and expands until it gets to the point where it's flat like that. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to explain that, just to give an idea of the scale and time. You know what I'm saying? The scale of this time, the scale of the size of the universe. You know what I mean? And y'all can get this book and read. This is one of my favorite books. This book explains the universe, and it's called the New Cosmos, Answering Astronomy's Big Questions by David Esther. I mean, it's a great book, man. And I just recommend this to everybody. You know what I mean? I mean, I could go on. I mean, if anybody got questions in the chat, like we can have discussions on whatever. You know what I mean? I got all my books here. You know what I mean? I got, because Sean mentioned Origins. You know what I mean? I got Origins right here. I got the hard cover, the hardback cover here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it was some statements taken out of context too with crossing them, man. Well, what I want to do is I want to show how important first for me and why I do what I do. Is first, I always wanted to, after I got tricked through trickhamship and pseudoship, I felt the need to actually learn a way to know when I was being lied to, bro.
Well, John, no, I got that. Like Sean was referencing.
Got all right.
I got that Origins. Like, this been read. Like, I usually don't like to read my books. Like, I usually use the digital copy or whatever, but this one, I take with me a lot. I read this one a lot. So
You gotta have
I
two.
didn't. I never. He said he got a quote out of that book. I could not find the quote. Sean, you got to tell me what page that quote was on, so that I can have it, so I can understand what what the context was.
Let's step over the cookie dough god, yo, that made the universe.
I mean, it's a hard cover. You know what I'm saying? This is actually, like, I hate to shit on people, but this is the greatest story ever told. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is all about the universe. So far. I mean, as we did just launch the James Webb, so we might have more of a story to tell or whatever. I would, you know what? I might read a little. Y'all got this book, because he talks about these people in this cave, right? He gives an example of the people in the cave. Did you ever read that part?
Yeah, I know about the cave. You want to talk about it? You don't got to read. You can talk about it. Explain it. It's funny. That's where we at right now. We're in a damn cave, dog. Right? And we the ones. Go ahead. Go talk about the cave.
And it's crazy because, like, the dude that get out the cave, right, and he come back in there, he the crazy one. Like, once he get back in the cave, to the people that's in the cave, that dude is crazy as all outdoors. You know what I'm saying? Because he telling them about, sunlight and you know what I mean, trees and animals and this and that and other. These people, the people that's in the cave, have never been outside the cave before. They only know the cave. They pray that all they got is a fire. They got a fire going in the cave. That's it. And all they can see is shadows. And they try to keep the fire happy, and if you don't do certain things, you won't see your shadow. And if you don't see your shadow, then it means a certain thing. I don't know. They just start making this whole religion around the fire, but one day somebody let one of the guys out of the cave, right? And then, he, obviously he was shocked, and he had to get his eyes used to, because they told a whole elaborate story about the cave thing. So he had to get his eyes used to the sun. And then once he figured out, to get his eyes right, he he saw the world, he saw the sky, he saw the trees, he saw all of that. And so they put him back in the cave, and he tried to explain to the people that this ain't it. It's not all about the cave. It's way more than just this cave, But he was the crazy one. You know what I'm saying? To them, they like, yo, this nigga's nuts. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think they end up fucking him up in the end. You know what I'm saying? Or no, he ended up showing them. No, what happened was he ended up showing them, and then, like, I think, like, they start praising him or whatever. It's been a while since I read it, but anyway, the people in the cave was just ignorant as hell. But when he came back, he was the crazy one to them. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes that's how I be feeling. You know what I mean? It's like, man, when I be, the pseudo killers, we try to, disabuse the community of their pseudo thoughts. And it's like, we the crazy ones, or we the bad guys. You know what I mean? Like, we the fuck niggas around here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because, we just want to disabuse the community, human beings, period. We ain't, it's not about just the black community, man, to me. Because when you the only one doing good, then shit ain't right, right? You do better when everybody doing good around you, right? So I want all human beings, right, to have sound information that they can use in reality. You know what I'm saying? That creates byproducts, right? And we need to take heed of the actual science so that we can use it. You know what I'm saying? We can use the technology, we can use the medicine, we can use all of the different things that it takes to be a human society, not just a black community. You know what I mean? We got to get out of that. I think that's a big stigma that keeps us from broadening our horizons when we don't commune with all human beings. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Cedric? Peace, bro.
Peace for my family. How y'all doing?
All good,
Good, man.
Pseudo
Yeah.
killers in the
I'm,
field.
pseudo killers in the building. I usually I'm pretty reserved when it concerns subject matters that I'm not completely literate in. But I'm starting to realize my cosmology game is on point.
Yeah.
I
It
was
ain't
just,
hard to
I
grasp when
was
you know
just,
the right people to
I,
read.
you know what I'm saying, and
Mm.
what's disappointing with this whole thing is the inability to check your biases at the door. Scientific literacy is fundamentally teaches the mind how to be critical in a heartbeat. So I'm so skeptical that I'm always listening for fine details, and I become very sticky. Like when Christians or apologists claim that Paul persecuted the Christian. Okay, if they were an insignificant group of people following a guy that nobody know, why were they being persecuted and who was Paul working for? When I ask that question, I'm a son of a bitch because nobody slows it down that much. But that's just the way my mind works. So now, if you can't prove who Paul was working for, then I got to question Paul's motive in beating on his chest saying, I was a persecutor and now I'm the president of the Christian Hair Club. I have to question it. Same
Mm.
thing. When you say, when you reference Neil deGrasse Tyson, Krauss,
Mm.
Carroll, these people, and you simply use that in a logical fallacy form, appeal to authority, when the authority never substantiated what you are claiming. There is nowhere documented that these scientists went out and verified these creation stories and said this one has valid claims, this one matches up, that one matches up. That's never an exercise that they actually did. So when you post hoc rationalize and randomly choose these individuals and you pick and you stick and you manipulate information, then you're doing science a disservice. Then everything that you have been saying, you're putting your own credibility on the line, especially when you're upfront about being in the realm of science. Now, if you tone down the rhetoric and say you appreciate their philosophy, and that's a beautiful narrative that a people that didn't have our technology developed, nobody got anything to say. But when you try to equate the fires that spread across the horizon to the Big Bang theory, when your timeline is so confusing, 1 minute's about the expansion, the next minute's about the earth creation. When you do that, then then your whole then I question your level of scientific literacy, and then you put yourself in the realm of science. Everything you say is suspect. You gotta be very careful when you want to talk about vaccines and use science, and then on the other side become a blackologist and talk about the American view of the cosmos. So the Big Bang scientific theory appreciated across all nations, just simply science, has become now an American worldview. When you say these things, I listen too well. I listen too well and I remember details of what you said. And then you call my character into question because I agree with what is being explained on the pseudo killers. The planet is not alive. The Gaia hypothesis, the Gaia theory is just a colloquial theory. It's not even valid as a hypothesis when we talk about the Earth being a living entity. It's not a scientific theory, it's not a scientific hypothesis. It's the Gaia principle established in the 70s, and it's just a story, just an idea. It isn't even qualified to become a scientific hypothesis. And you and because Chevron sort of agreed, he came back to his senses. Please, the one thing the pseudo killers don't do is emotion. And if you're gonna make claims, be man enough to have a dialogue. Don't get in your soapbox on your little echo chamber and spew nonsense that can be refuted. In the realm of science, that's not how it goes. Any claim I have, I bring it to the pseudo killers. Okay, let's get it in. I stand my ground, I take my blows, and I grow. But I don't run to a soapbox and preach in a corner and make false claims over and over and over and boomerang that on myself. First, the scientists are the ones substantiating your claims, and the next minute, those scientists don't really matter. We shouldn't look at the way modern science looks at it. What are you talking about? Let's be clear what you're talking about. Don't try and discredit what the pseudo killers do because of your false narrative and your inability to put your emotions aside. Listen, I'm gonna be the first to tell you I'm the most ignorant individual when it comes to Africa and our culture and ethnicities and the different languages. It's innate to me because in the Caribbean, African culture didn't go anywhere. But as to say that I know Bantu or understand these cultures, no, I'm not. But one thing I'm not gonna be taken for a ride on is my scientific literacy and my ability to smell bullshit a mile away.
So
Yes.
I see you got some on the screen, Chef.
Yeah, I just wanted to, look at the expansion of the universe, right? And so as we look at the biggest part of it, right? The Big Bang expansion, right? You see stars and galaxies scattered throughout, right? But none of that is fire. All of that is ionized matter, charged particles. None of it's fire. It's zero fire in it, right? All of that's charged particles, radiation, ionized, gamma ray bursts. You know what I'm saying? That's all that is. Supernovas. Supernovas ain't, stars ain't on fire. That's nuclear fusion going on.
Fusion, not like a thermonuclear reactor where the atoms are split. Two different things. Fission and fusion.
Yeah.
Fusion is
fusion
clean.
means put together, fuse together.
Yes.
That's clean energy, though. That's clean energy. Right? So
that's
a thermonuclear reactor.
That's what you call pure energy.
Right.
That's the byproduct of nuclear fusion. That's what you see. When you're looking at the sun, that's the heat that you feel. You're feeling pure energy. That's what you feel from when you say it's hot outside, that's pure energy coming from the sun. Right. And the only reason why you ain't getting knocked, your atoms ain't getting scattered apart by those ionized charged particles, right? Is because of Earth's magnetic field that protects us. Earth has a core that's made out of iron and nickel. And we also probably, I should also probably get into how the Earth was made, right? I don't really, that's pretty elementary to me. So, I don't really never go into that really. But the Earth was created from a accretion disk. It's a leftover. What we're sitting on right now, this planet Earth, this beautiful place we call home, right? It's just a leftover speck of dust from the creation of this solar system, right? And our star, the sun, our star that this Earth rotates around, is a second or third generation star. So some star had already, one or two stars already went supernova to create our solar system. So we the leftover stardust from 2 generation stars ago. You know what I mean? So like all of the thing where, you know, he talked about, well, the planet Earth was the starting point of the fire expansion. Like that's not, and I'm not saying the Bantu was wrong. I'm saying Fukuyama had interpreted what they were saying wrong, because he thinking that they're talking about the Big Bang, and they're not talking about the Big Bang. They're talking about their cosmology, which I don't have a problem with, and I would never call them wrong on what they talking about. You know what I'm saying? But this Fukuyama character try to mix and match and do what I said was textbook pseudo. I mean, it's textbook pseudo. You're trying to put off this fake shit as if it was scientific. That's, I mean, if that's not the definition of pseudo, I don't know what is. And they keep saying, well, they keep saying, well, they don't know what pseudo is. Well, you know what? I keep saying too that I'm not the smartest motherfucker in the world. That may not, obviously, that might not be what pseudo mean. I don't know. Like, to me, pseudo is pseudo-science. Pseudo-science. We can pull up the definition if you want. But my understanding of it is that you're trying to put fake bullshit off as if it was real science.
Yeah,
and he even doing pseudo cosmology, because he trying to put the Bantu's cosmology off on us as if it was modern science. He doing pseudo in 2 different directions. He's pseudo every way he turned. He's pseudo, this Fukuyama character. You know, so like I'm just saying, like for me, is not, I'm not speaking for everybody, but you gotta bring me somebody better than that. Like this dude's a clown to me. He's a clown to me. I read like a few pages. Unc did way better than I could bear. I read a few pages. I just couldn't bear no more of it. You know, I read I read the pages that Sean read, and I read a few other pages, but you know, I can't stomach that, man. He disrespected them Bantu people, you know, to the fullest. And but we the ones who get scolded, and they say the pseudo killers is the ones who hate Africa. But Fukuyama don't hate Africa. Fukuyama don't hate Africa, but the pseudo killers hate Africa. When we sit up here backing the Bantu up, we backed them up 100% tonight, I believe. You know what I mean? This Fukuyama nigga come out of the fucking woodwork. I don't know where this nigga. Talk about like where this nigga from. He got a PhD in community working community science or community. I don't know what the fuck. He do something in the community, right? He don't have a fucking. He don't have a doctorate. He does not have a doctorate in Bantu anthropology. I can tell you that. Now, does he have a degree? He got a bachelor. He got a 4-year degree. He went and got a 4-year degree so that he can say he's an anthropologist. But because you got a 4-year degree, to me, don't qualify you as an anthropologist. Like, I don't know, like, and he run around talking about Dr. Fukuyama, like as if he's a PhD in anthropology, but his PhD is in community service or something like that. I don't know. Like, cut that shit out. Cut that shit out. Go ahead.
Before you start getting red hot, why don't let you do it?
No, I ain't gonna. I wasn't
He's
doing
not
that.
going.
It's just the Fukiao dude, man. He on some bullshit though, man.
So let me show this real quick. Let me show this real quick.
Oh, my bad. Am I still?
Nah, we good.
Okay.
We good. I'm talking to the peoples, man, because we're gonna wind this down a little bit, man. We don't want to keep it too long. We want people to be able to look back and catch the lesson. So right here, how can you become the cradle of mankind? And so, we teach evolution around here real swell. And I would surmise that if the community on a whole would actually understand evolution, they would understand what we're going through in this pandemic, because they would have a working understanding of viruses. And understanding viruses, you can understand vaccines and how vaccines are supposed to work against viruses. You would understand what a variant is, right? You would get it. Proteins, right? You would understand that. This right here is superior to me. Africa, Kenya, right? So how Kenya became the cradle of humankind? Okay, by the National Museum of Kenya in Nairobi. All right, you see the fossils, the bones. What the hell does it have to do with the conversation? All right, that's one of the sites where they found some remains. Okay, all right. These are the Australopithecus right here, right? They figured out that they was actually butchering meat, using them tools they had. All right, that's Australopithecus. And I never forget when Irritated Genie actually went to Nairobi. He's standing looking at this picture right here, and he says out of his mouth with a straight face, right? White man, they got to them. They own this evolution. That's bananas. It's the National Museum. So us African Americans, we seem to do this on high levels. We go to other people's country and tell them what they should be doing. It was the most ridiculous thing ever. This is national pride for the Kenyans. All right. If you know anything about the Leakey family, they found the first fossils on Lucy. They named it Lucy, but it was the Australopithecus, and they named it after the song the Beatles had wrote. All right, it was playing Lucy. National pride here. 5 facts you need to know about the cradle of humankind. 1, Kenya has the largest diversity of fossil human species remains than any other country in Africa. Did you know that? Fact 2, Africa's oldest human remains were found in Tundi Hills in Kenya and go back to 7 million years. Fact 3, Kenya has some of the world's most complete skeletons, including Takuna Boy, 1.6 million years old, which has provided great knowledge of early humans. Fact 4, Kenya is endowed with many prehistoric sites scattered all along the Rift Valley, north to south, in Western Kenya. Fact 5, Kenya has about 20 Miocene sites, while Ethiopia has 2. 2 Miocene, the Miocene is the first geological epoch of the Neogen period, 23 million years to 2.6 million years ago. So that's Leakey right there. We ain't gonna get into who Leakey is. All right. But I want you to see. Thought they had that daggone picture so I can actually see what it looked like. Let me see if I can show what it actually looked like. Right? And all that That's the black skull 2.5 million years ago. Look at the ridges. All right. Bones. I don't want to show that. I want y'all to see this. Right. I want you to see Nairobi National Museum. This is Africa at its finest. Right. We're not going to relegate Africa to the Stone Age. They're moving forward. They have museums. Right. They're taking. They're wanting to play the game at the highest level. It's a beautiful museum right here, crafted by Africans. Beautiful museum. You see that Australopithecus right there in the center? Mm-hmm. All right. National pride right here, y'all. So I never want to hear anybody talk about what a European thought was, what science is, the white man's science, right? Man, y'all know who I'm talking about. The majority of the community makes these crazy statements when Africa is in the process of showing the world that they are the cradle, and not just with the talkity talk, right? But with the walkity walk. So we come right here real quick, real fast, right? You see these school-age children. Ancient past challenges modern teaching in the cradle of mankind. You see these two little girls right here, right? All right. So this is national pride for the Kenyans. They're looking at the fossils, the leg bones, the femurs, rib cage. All right, see the rib cage. You see the hip bones, right? You see they got like their uniforms. So obviously this is a school trip for them. So America ain't the only place to take their children, right, learning to museums. They doing it in Africa. But why? Because it's time for Africa to play the game at the highest level. And it starts right here with the science program. And Kenya is doing it. School children look at nearly complete 1.5 million year old skeleton belonging to species Homo ergaster. Watch this. In Kenya's National Museum, wide-eyed school children gaze at blackened skeletons of long gone ancestors, 1.5 million year old remains that provide key lessons today for modern teachers of mankind's origin. For watch this, for deeply religious Kenya, dubbed the cradle of mankind, for the wealth of early hominid fossils dug up from its soil showing man's evolution. The famous remains challenge, watch this. Famous remains challenge literal teachings of Christianity, Islam, watch this, and traditional beliefs. So we understand that in Kenya, that they have traditional beliefs, they have Islam, they have Christianity. But they're moving to a place where they can teach the young babies, educate them and get them scientifically literate to understand the fossils and evolution. While across the world, teaching must juggle science and religion. See, that's the conversation we're having right here. We trying to juggle it, trying not to step on too many toes. Because science is undefeated. The fossils of Kenya provide stark examples found in few nations elsewhere. You ain't finding them nowhere else. Very rare, but you find them in Kenya. There have been challenges in teaching evolution, largely because of the religious teaching on creation, which are deeply entrenched, said Frederick Kelo Manti, head of the paleontology section at the National Museum of Kenya. He's the head of the paleologically section in the museum. He's in charge of it. Such teachings tend to disregard the scientific explanation that all biological species, including humans, have generally evolved from simple forms to complex forms, he added. In the museum in the capital Nairobi, school children troop past world-famous early human or hominid remains, the oldest of which goes back to 18 million years. It's a challenge, admitted primary school teacher Manisha Mana, leading a cheerful class of children through the museum, stopping to stare at the fragile ribcage of Takana Boy, one of only 2 newly complete skeletons of hominids in the world. Look, in the world. In the world. Africa is on track. They're coming out of colonialism. They're fighting to get out of mental colonialism. But they can only do this when they separate, watch this, everybody hates this, when they separate their traditional cosmology from science. This right here is an attempt to do that. The plaque proudly calls the fossil the single most important collection in the world, noting particularly that patriotically that all were discovered in Kenya, patriotically that all were discovered in Kenya. See how they tell their history? They're making themselves the center of evolution. You're supposed to do that. They put national pride on it. Eastern African Rift Valley that comes from Tanzania to the south through the heart of Kenya and on northwest into Ethiopia has provided key fossils, right, that revolutionized scientific understanding of mankind's evolution. When you start explaining evolution to children, watch this. If you don't have concrete things, it can seem very unreal. Mena added. But it also contradicts what the Bible says on how God created the world. This is why I fight like I fight. Because the babies of African descent need it. School children look at early man skeleton fossils on display in the National Museum, the capital, Nairobi. There you go. The 2 brothers, young brothers right there. The young brothers right there. They get into it. Right? They get into it. This is not in disrespect of their culture. It's in bringing the culture forward. These kids, these babies will get interested in it, right? And they'll go to college and they'll come back with a wealth of information to what? To push the community forward. Is that not what Bantu cosmology teaches? Push the community forward. In Kenya schools, God's creation of Adam and the dust and Eve from the rib, as described in the Bible, book of Genesis, is taught in religious studies. But in science and history class, children learn Darwin, evolution, and the evidence of which they see as their stare at the fragile bones. It's like there is a contradiction somewhere. But we like learning about both evolution and the Bible, says Joy, a 14-year-old pupil, as she and her classmates dressed neat green uniforms crowded around one of many skulls on display. But watch this. Here's the kickback. U.S. inspired evangelists. Fossils have proved controversial. Why in 2021? Tempers flared in 2006, 2007. When Boniface Adio, was that how you say it? Adio, a bishop at the head of several thousand strong evangelistic congregations, led a campaign to restrict access to some of the most impressive examples. And see, this is what we're talking about here. His move prompted an angry reaction for the leading paleontologist, Richard Leakey, a longtime director of Kenya's museum, who called the proposal outrageous. He argued the museum's authorities should present a very forceful case for the evolutionary theory of the origins of mankind, as its early fossil collection is one of Kenya's very few global claims to fame. Today, the education ministry spokesman, Kendi Buri, said the conflict was easing. He argued that the traditional tribes' beliefs, watch this, he argued that traditional tribal beliefs often blend with Christianity and Islamic traditions. In Africa, they had no problem with mixing their religious systems or spiritual systems, or whatever you want to call it. Create a complex picture that temper literal creationism interpretations which hold that God created the world in a few thousand years. Evangelical churches in Kenya are powerful, similar to the US, where creationism is gaining ground, but their leaders are still keen to display major divisions. I don't think there's ever been a serious conflict to the point where anyone has challenged the curriculum, said Ann Wally. It say, who founded the Green Pastures Tabernacle Church in Nairobi, told the AFP. Kenyan children also learn local versions of creation, including beliefs that mankind rose up out of the anthill. Let's say this again. Kenyan children also learn local versions of creation, including beliefs that mankind rose up out of anthills. The Kikutu people believe that the creator sitting on a snow-capped mountain, Kenya, made man and gave him 9 wives, while the cattle herding Masi say their cows were lowered from the sky on a rope when heaven and earth split. Today, teachers like Mani said he and his colleagues simply present all the possible versions to their pupils. They got to do all of that. Fighting to hold on. All of that. We tell them that according to science, this is how man came to be. And then according to social studies, which covers what different ethnic communities believe about creation, this is what happened. And then according to the Bible, it happened this way, he explained. Some schools spend as many as 10 hours on the road for one day visiting the National Museum, with children rising hours before dawn. Roads around the museum are often crowded with buses. It's so useful for them to see the Stone Age man, being Albert Wati, is an elderly teacher from Makuni, some 20 kilometers, 125 miles away from wavering at the reconstruction of early human hunting and then killing animals with stones. I showed y'all that earlier. If only this sort of exhibit could be extended across the country. Man, I hope I ain't bore y'all, but I just wanted to let you know, that Africa is fighting back, and there's just conflict. The same conflict we go through in North America, fighting against the religious mind. Yeah, you always gonna get this riff. You want to say something, Corey?
No, it's just and I see a lot of people do basically what Fukuyama do, and he misquote scientists and try to do the false equivocation with comparing modern science to ancient ideas. I see that a lot with the creationists. That's just a basic and that's how the Fukuyama dude came off to me, as a creationist. Some type of, he trying to push some type of creationist doctrine. In the end of it all is what it seems like to me. So it's just it's typical, and that's what creationists do. It's the God of the gaps, It's the false equivocation. You know, it's the argument from ignorance. It's all of that mixed up in one. You know what I mean?
The argument from ignorance. So there's no room for philosophy in science. There's no, you can't put that together. Yo, I'm reading some of the comments in the chat, man. And whenever you talk about the Big Bang, you talk about the strict scientific method.
Yeah. Yeah, if anybody got any questions in the chat, let me see.
Throw that link in there too.
Yeah,
We throw the link in there. But it's just there's no game to be played here. At no point should anybody be comparing the beautiful Bantu cosmology with science. What you should be doing is comparing it to other cosmology stories. That's how they do it in college and university. Yeah. Simple. They don't mix the two. Right?
Absolutely.
Don't do it. Because they know it ain't gonna win. You ain't gonna win. You're not gonna make it. No, you're not gonna know how the Earth is formed, not unless you got one of them telescopes. You don't know that the universe is expanding, no matter what you say, not unless you got the Hubble telescope and you look at what they call the Doppler effect when they see stuff moving away. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna have the cosmic background radiation, the WP map. Right, where the Kobe satellite was launched. Then they came back and launched a second satellite and took a better picture with the one you see today. Right, then quote unquote, this is not, why I keep forgetting that, the black body radiation guy, Max Planck Institute. He the one that came up with the black body radiation, Max Planck Institute. You talked about that. They did a cosmic background radiation.
They confirmed NASA's cosmic background radiation. You know, they just put the cherry on top of that, definitely.
Right.
That's what Max Planck did. Yep.
Right.
And,
it's not.
Yeah, and with the Planck Institute, man, like they all about the groundbreaking science. Like, you know, I just encourage everybody to really get into that. You know, because that's what we in. We're in the space age right now. So we have to become more scientifically literate, and so that we can have our kids understand this, so that they realize that that's an actual option to become an astronaut, to become an astrophysicist, to become, you know, a mathematician. You know, to engineer some of the great feats that these engineers have engineered, like these telescopes and these large hadron colliders. You know what I mean? You know, like people like Lawrence Krauss and Neil. You know, they can read the data from the hadron colliders, right? Mm-hmm. But they probably don't know, you know, how to turn the motherfucker on. So it's like, you know, it's a lot of different people it takes to get to the bottom of this science, you know, and it's a lot of tools. And that's why I brought up the whole thing with the 10 to the negative 43, because you can't understand that. You can't come to those understandings without the tools, right? And so I just wanted to make that clear, that there's no way the Bantu was even trying to come up with anything close to the Big Bang. That's just not what they was doing, because, like I said, they didn't have the tools to see some of these phenomenon that it takes, and some of the, in order for, you know, you have to be able to ask a question, and there's certain things that have to be in place in order to ask a question, right? So you know, I just want to leave that on y'all. But like I said, if anybody want to join the panel for a minute.
Yeah, I dropped it in there. We got a minute. I take some questions.
I can take some questions for a minute. If it's something I miss, if it's something, you know, like
if you're gonna
You
make
thought I was full of shit on, I don't know, whatever.
But there, you know, there, I hate to say it, yo, there's no middle ground.
No, it
There
ain't.
just
It
isn't.
really is not no
It's
middle
just
ground.
science. It's just science on that.
It's
And you
just the
know,
data.
yeah, it's just the data, man. There's no middle ground on that, man. There's no olive leaf. There's none of that. We don't even have to play that game. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, we're
Actual
actually looking at
cosmology stands on his own. Stands on his
if you
own.
don't
Separate
if
world,
you don't
separate category, separate time. You sound like you're a million miles away, Cedric.
oh shit.
Yeah, but yeah, there's no middle ground. There's no negotiation. We don't have to. We have science. We don't need to do that. Right. I'm gonna stand firm on mines. Okay. All indigenous peoples, watch this, did not have cosmic background radiation, Kobe satellite, Max Planck, Hubble telescope, any of that to begin to say anything about anything.
in order to see the red shift, right? Things even like on Earth, right? You see shit go past you, right? Like a motorcycle will drive right on past your room, right?
Right.
And you get the Doppler effect, right?
Yeah.
But because the motorcycle is actually moving at a fraction of the speed of sound, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
But the reason why you don't see the red shift on the bike, right, is because it ain't even moving nowhere near close to a fraction of the speed of light. So that's why you don't see the blue shift and the red shift unless things start to approach a fraction of the speed of light. So, you know what I mean? That's why the galaxies is moving away so far, so fast that we can see the red shift on them. We can see the ones that's coming towards us. We can see the blue shift, right? We can see all of that. So just, that just gives you an idea of the vastness of space. The further galaxies, the galaxies that's further away, they moving faster than the ones that they moving faster away from us. So the further away, the faster it's moving away from us. So that just gives you an idea of how vast the universe is. When our Milky Way galaxies is 1,000 light years across. So and it's trillions of galaxies out there. Ours is just a regular size medium galaxy, it's large galaxies out there, cluster galaxies, globular galaxies, all these different kinds of galaxies. Like they didn't have no idea of those types of things. They didn't have no idea of what holds galaxies together. We think the gravity from the stars and the planets hold the galaxies together, but that's only 5% of the matter. You know what I'm saying? So like it's a lot of things, it's a lot of different things, and we don't observe dark matter directly. We indirectly observe dark matter, and before we could indirectly observe it, the math worked out. It just was not enough. We knew it wasn't enough gravity to hold things together. So that's why we understand that as dark energy, which is why the Earth keeps expanding fast, ever so faster, and dark matter, which is what holds structure it gives structure to the universe. That's what dark matter is. But like they still trying to understand that. Like it's a lot of things that they don't understand. And so to say that the Bantu had it all figured out, it's just crazy. And we're not saying that the Bantu is crazy or they say it, they had it figured out. It's the Fukuyama character that's saying they had it all figured out and trying to equate modern science with ancient cosmology. So, I just want. I'm gonna leave it at that. I think we had a pretty decent show, man.
Got some people coming in.
So we got people coming in.
Yeah, they just got the name.
I just want to say this. If you want to look back and even start to analyze the information, you need to first be fully grounded in understanding the processes as they are. So when you open any document and it starts to talk about explosion or fire, then you're supposed to understand that at the initial stages of the universe, there's no oxygen, you ain't got no fire, there is no explosion, there's no sound. So when you regurgitate these stories, these claims, it shows you lack the basic understanding of cosmology as we know it today. So you lack the basic foundation to even entertain the exercise. You are not qualified to open that book and peer review what this dude wrote. Like what we're doing now, we're more qualified than anybody else who is trying to say that, yeah, this book is right because Krauss is cited and the grass is cited. No, you have to understand the subject matter yourself and be able to critically analyze what you're reading. Because when they start to talk about a dough god baking bread in the sky, then you're supposed to know you leave that shit alone.
Mr. Rich, what's going on, man? Talk to us, man. Thank you for stopping through, man. What's on your mind?
Appreciate it, man. Hey, peace to the panel. You know what I mean? Respect to everybody. What they say about the Dogon and how they did the Cyrus B star, and they knew how to rotate it and all that. With Tanaka.
So the aliens told them about it. The aliens told them about it, right?
But Sirius B is not even a star, so that's just It looked like a star to the naked eye, so that's the whole problem with it. They don't have the tools to actually analyze what these things really are. So Sirius B, they thought was a star for a long time, but it's actually a nebula, a gas cloud that stars are born in. It's a star nursery. So yeah, but like Brendan said, they said the aliens told them that's what happened, So I mean, that's how much.
Man. How did Sean jump out the window with all of this? Really?
I just think he.
But I don't want to talk about. I don't want to talk about Sean.
What I'm gonna say is, I think that he had read that book and he liked the book, but I just think that the Fukuyao character went too far. And
the Fuki guy.
And Sean kind of just co-signed it because I guess it went with his thought process. So because I remember, and I remember a couple years ago, Sean had read me a book. He was reading me a couple paragraphs out of a book, and he was like, "Well, don't that sound kind of like what you be talking about, like the Big Bang and this?" And I'm like, I mean, one could say that, I guess, in retrospect, but I wouldn't try to relate that to modern science. I told him that then. So now I'm kind of like, okay, so this is his kind of thought pattern where he tries to relate ancient mythology or cosmology stories to modern science. Like, that's his thing. You know what I'm saying? I guess he think that's his call. his calling. Certain people have a calling, I guess. I think he thinks that's his duty to the community, to bring them African traditions, but give it to them in a scientific manner, which I think that's just a no-no. Simple, plain and simple. It's just a no-no.
I mean, it's not even logical. If they didn't have the technology to do it, then how could it be that, man? I don't understand.
Divine intervention, goddammit.
What before was like somebody saying in the chat, like the Dogon knew about the star before the scientists. Like what scientists?
You just said it's not a star.
Like, did they know about the? Did they? Because like it's certain things you can look and see in the sky with the naked eye, right?
Hey.
But like I mean, it might have been people that knew it before the Dogon. Like I don't understand what he's saying. Like everybody that could look up in the sky, if the Dogon could look up in the sky and see what they thought was a star, right? Why couldn't nobody else that was on the planet at the same time but in a different location look up and see the same thing? Like just because they didn't make a mythology around it, don't mean that everybody else on the planet didn't see the same nebula that they was looking at. You know, so it's no significance in the Dogon and whether they seen it. I mean, did they see it before modern scientists? Yeah, the reason why they saw it before modern scientists is because they was here before modern scientists, right?
Can't see that with the naked eye, though, Chef. I mean, Corey.
You can't see it with the naked eye.
Oh no.
Maybe you can. I know you can see some nebulas. I know you.
You talking
because
about that,
Orion. So Orion's belt, right?
No, we look it up.
It points to what is known as the brightest star, right, in the sky, which is a nebula, and you can see that with a neck.
All right, what is it, Tolo? What is it? What's the name of star? What is it? Cyrus? What?
Sirius B. I think that's the one though that they call it's a star. I think they call the one that I'm talking about, the Osiris, is the one that Osiris's belt points to. I believe that's the one they call Aset, right?
I don't know. Hey,
yeah,
what's
Sirius?
up?
Yeah, Sirius is a whole star system, right? It's the thing. I think today it's almost like a mystery. It's like how did the Dogon know about it, right? When you say
it's a nebula.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When you say no and no in quotes, right? And have you ever heard of things like you can be right for the wrong reason, right?
Right, absolutely. Yeah.
You know, it's like one of those things, right? We always talk about methodology, right? If you go back like in school, right? If you took like, you know, like an advanced algebra class or a physics class, right? It's not enough to say, okay, I know the answer. You got to show your work. How did you come to this answer, right? So if they can't show a methodology in terms of how you come to that answer, right? Did you really know it, right?
Right.
And today, I think some of the mysteries in terms of how, you know, some of these ancient cultures, like, you know, we talk about the Dogon, how they know about these things, right? Were they influenced by an outside culture, right? Those kind of things, right? It's like, you know, we don't know, right? That's one of those mysteries. But what we do know is that they didn't have those tools to see something outside of our view, right?
Absolutely,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
and then, you know, when we look into when we see these beautiful pictures that Hubble sends us back, right? These are a spectrum. You know, Hubble is seeing these things through a spectrum, through a prism, right? So it's not like we can see these things with our naked eye. This is the light spectrum. What Hubble does is it takes a picture and then they spread that light out. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
And this is how you get the visual. It's not like you can, even if we could get close enough to see it, like it wouldn't look like the Hubble picture. You know what I'm saying?
No,
So,
it's not.
You know
And
what
I
they
so
say,
just
right? They say that the
like,
Dogons is in Africa you can see the sky better. And the Dogon, the
yeah, but
eye
it's
kind of
still
evolves.
you still don't see infrared though.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
they
You
Correct.
can
can't.
go to Australia and do the same thing, but you're not going to see the Sirius
Yeah,
system
Can I
yeah.
ask, how
from
do we know
You
Australia,
the
can't
right?
see
Dogon
the
made
red
that
shift and the
claim?
blue shift. You know what I mean?
How do we know? How do we know that the Dogon people actually thought this stuff? Is it documented? How do we know that they even made this claim?
Well,
Yeah,
but
that's pretty hard.
they got people in there.
Hey,
No, but
so
how
I
was
want
it
to ask a
documented?
question
Like,
though. I want to ask somebody in the chat though. Indigenous black man, how come you don't come on the panel, bro? And ask a couple questions, man. Like, let's discuss it. You say I need to stick to my day job, right? And that's where I'm a professional at. I am a professional. I am an expert in bridge building and high-rise building, right? But I'm not the expert in cosmology. So I already said that, right? So for you to be in the chat reiterating that is beyond me. But
Beyond the pale.
yeah, but you could come right on the panel and we can have a discussion about the Dogon celebrating the day when the star is closest to the earth every year. We can have a discussion about that. You can bring some sources that's telling that's confirming what you saying about having facts.
yeah, I would like to know. I don't
Yeah.
know.
He said, what? What did he say about me?
It said Corey just be talking to be talking with no info, right? So
Damn.
like, what did I say? Like, let's be specific. You know what I'm saying? Like, what did I say that made you think that I just be talking? So come on the panel, join us, have this discussion so that we can all be in the know.
It's
You know what I'm
concrete,
saying?
Corey, just guessing.
He's just guessing. I'm just guessing. It says he said the Dogon knew about the dog star way before the science.
See how they do that to them? See how they do that? See, and then get mad. Then everybody get mad when you say, "Yo, why you comparing it? Oh, you dog and the African kid." See
Mm-hmm.
See how it starts? See how it sounds? As a matter of fact, the funniest thing, man, I was talking about the Cairo Symposium and the misinformation around the Cairo Symposium, how all the black organizations, damn near, I'm gonna say damn near, gonna be one that got it right, damn near misrepresent the daggone Cairo Symposium as going against some white people and all that. That ain't even what it was. You can type in Cairo Symposium 1974, right, or 1973, and watch all these websites pop up, pop, and all of them say, Delphi Albango and Shigati Diop defeated the white boys. They all say it. And they're all wrong. You can simply go to the direct document and read it. So
like, even if it was the truth though, like, what does that mean though, that the Dogons knew about the star before the scientists? I'm trying to even like wrap my mind around like, what does that actually mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, what scientists? Which scientists is he talking about that the Dogon knew before? You know what I mean? I don't know. But he don't need to ask us nothing because he know everything already. We lost. So I just wanted to give him some shine time. He needed some shine time. So
I don't know.
I wanted to help him
teach
shine.
me. I'm ignorant to African traditions. He could come and teach me. See,
somebody, Jerome, want to know the publications that you was reading. I believe, or I don't know if he's talking about me or you.
Yeah, we talking about you. I was reading from the National Museum in Nairobi, Kenya.
Yeah, I was reading from David Etcher's book called The New Cosmos.
Oh yeah. I read
David
this
J.
too.
Etcher. Yeah.
Weird Earth.
Yeah, he was reading from Rear to Earth. Yeah, that's a good one.
Donald Plethro. He beat the brakes off of people to try to do that. I mean, beat the brakes off of them. Goodness gracious. Yeah, man, we're not disrespecting Africa. Anybody keep making that Dogon scene that is bananas. You disrespecting.
Yeah, I just wanted to be, and I didn't want to. I ain't trying to, throw shots or whatever. All those shots was thrown at me, halfway saying like we some dumb niggas over here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I ain't,
Yes,
it's fine. I ain't mad. I ain't gonna throw no shots back about that. I just want people to know that I hear you. It ain't like I ain't, I don't hear you throwing shots, when you the smartest man in the room, you need to get out of the room.
There you go,
what's that insinuating? You know what I mean? Like it's cool because and even if Unc is the smartest man in this room, right? That's fine for me, as long as I ain't the smartest one in the room.
Yeah, I'm not the smartest one either, so I don't mind saying.
Yeah, so it's all good with me.
And I don't have a problem
Sean, we know
with a man
Sean,
when
he's
he's
the
right.
smartest one in every room. He know everything.
Yeah.
He can't be
he
told.
Don't stick
he
around
can't be
and
wrong
his
about
points,
nothing.
so he run to his little corner on his soapbox. When I'm in the chat, you block me in the chats. I keep asking for the link. You're calling my name.
Yeah.
I'm all by myself. I don't have no pseudo killers with me, and I'm not a cosmology expert. Bring me on. No, you blocked me in the chat so you could yap away. That's some cowardly behavior there. I don't like that too much.
Yeah. And then he asked well, when I read the book, how come y'all didn't say nothing in the chat? First of all, I didn't hear the whole video. I didn't start at the beginning. So I started in the middle when you was playing the videos, right? But YouTube kept cutting you off. So once they started doing that, I knew you wasn't going to be able to play the people that I wanted to hear anymore, like Hakeem Alusei and Neil and Lawrence Krauss and all them people that you was having on, on those videos, right? So I really wasn't listening. And even when I was listening, I was cleaning up my kitchen. So I really didn't hear everything. And even if I did hear you reading that, I wouldn't have came on there to shoot you down while you teaching on your platform. Like, that's not what I do. I ain't never did that. You know what I'm saying? That's what you do. You go and you try to shoot us down and try to go at our integrity, intellectually, morally, as men. You question Sheffrin's manhood. You question Cedric's manhood. You question my intelligence. Like, come on, man. Like, I ain't mad. Like, it's all cool. It's all good. I'm up for the intellectual gunfighting. You ain't gonna never hear me cry about you shooting me down. Anytime I'm wrong, you can ask any of the pseudo killers. I'm all with it. They be there straight up tell me, "Oh, Corey, you pseudo in the motherfucker with that." You know what I'm saying? Get the fuck out of here with that.
Everybody think they blows. We have to learn and grow.
I'll be like, I'm not listening to you, Corey. You dead wrong. Like, he don't have a problem. Nobody has a problem with that. Nobody over here has a problem with being wrong. And we had a conversation with Kofi earlier. Over here, the person who wrong is the winner. The person who was right didn't gain nothing, right? Because he already knew what he was talking about, right? The person who was wrong just learned something. So that's the winner. The person who was wrong is the actual winner. So we actually, it's a virtue to be wrong over here. I know over there, you got to be formal. You got to have your suit and tie on. You got to have all the perspectives. You got to have everybody in the universe. You got to have a perspective before you say something on a certain subject matter. You can't just have reality. You just can't have the reality of the situation, right? You got to have a Foucauldian perspective on everything, right? So like I've never went in on Shine, right? But I think he just wanted his 15 minutes of fame with me. So this is the only time I'm gonna do this. So you got your 15 minutes of fame with me, Shine. Like I said, I wrote you in the chat earlier. I appreciate the shots, right? But let's be a little bit more integral about the shots. I love the shots. Keep shooting, right? But shoot with a little more integrity, not the sort of halfway disrespecting. You know, you got your foot halfway in, halfway out on the line of the disrespect and the intellectual gunfighting. So let's put our feet let's put both feet into the intellectual gunfighting and, you know, kind of go at what I said today and or if you don't necessarily have to go at it.
He can't go at it.
You could agree. You could actually say, you know what, I agree with everything you said, but as far as on the Foucault thing, I think you was wrong. I think you misinterpreted what he was saying. Like, you could come and say that, or you can say, yo, you full of shit. Like, you don't have to be formal with it. You can say, yo, you was full of shit on the Foucault thing, Concrete. Look, this is what you got all fucked up with that. You know what I mean? But you don't have to go at Cedric's and integrity.
No, he could come. He could come. It's all good. So, but come though. Let's do this. I'm all for it. But don't run and hide and throw shots though. Don't start.
You know what?
Claim, ask 500 questions and run with your tail between your legs. Dino manhood. And then when I'm in your chat, tell you, send me the link. Let's do this. You block me from commenting because I'm simply asking you, show me where Krauss, where Carol, where the grass concur that information. Let's do it scientifically. Get on my level, little boy. Since you want to do it like that, the gauntlet is down. Every claim you make about your dough making God kuku is bullshit. Now I said it. You and your African mythology bullshit. Come at me, but come at me though. Don't be a coward, go in your corner like a little girl, stand up on your soul back in your echo chamber and yap away. That's not no man.
You man. You're the guy, man.
Hey, but girl told the truth though. That's one thing I like about our chat. We always keep it. The chat they'll tell me, yo,
let me say this though. Let me say this.
She said I attacked Asar before, but go ahead. You know, I did attack Asar before.
Shit ain't never personal, yo. See, that's what y'all getting fucked up.
But it ain't personal though. You know?
It ain't really personal, yo. And you know, hey, blame me. I'm an intellectual gunfighter. I dive on niggas' heads. You know what I mean? I started it, yo.
We all blame you for this, huh?
Yeah, it's my fault. You know, shit. I'm just trying to make it up for some deficiencies I had. Shit, I knew I could get y'all niggas behind the job.
And one thing, right? You have to be able to say, okay, well, when you having, I guess you would say, intellectual conversations, right?
Yeah.
You can't take such a hard line as well, right? You have to give an out, right? You know, when you're having these kind of conversations.
I don't know how to do
it. You know, it's like, hey, you got somebody cornered. You know, you don't.
Brendan, my out is give you a rope. I want to see you hang yourself.
Because if you think about it, right, it's like, hey, they did say, hey, they're not taking a hard scientific stance, right? They're not saying that.
What? I don't want to talk about it.
The Bantu didn't say they knew everything about, you know, the scientific equations behind the Big Bang Theory and the Doppler effect and the Hubble's law. So, you know.
So they can't see it then. So they can't see it.
but their story,
I'm just saying,
was
you know,
also factually incorrect.
right.
The whole story is factually incorrect.
I get you right. So then we don't put that up against that.
Yeah. All I'm saying is like you have to give them an out. You have to give them an out.
Okay, here's the out. They didn't put that up against that. Footy Owl did it.
Yeah, that was my thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I blame it on Fukuyama.
I'm blaming on Fukuyama. He did that.
He's the idiot. He's the idiot.
Right. He's the guy with the unk guy. This is the guy standing tall. That's that guy.
And I said this earlier.
You know what it is, Brendan? It's the Fukuyamian perspective. That's what it is.
And I said this early in the chat, right? You have to be careful with these authors and then when they write these books, right? Because you know, and when you're talking about doing like advanced research or whatever, they will never let you put a book in your research, right? It has to be something that's going to be like peer reviewed, a scientific article or something like that. You can't even say that, Brandon.
He knows that.
Brandon,
and that's what I said earlier.
I didn't even say nothing, Brandon, about that. Brandon, that he was citing his own work.
Exactly. Yeah, right. He was citing his own stuff, right? I was like, what is he doing? It's in multiple times in the same sentence, right? He cites himself two or three times.
That's not
crazy.
If I did that in a paper, it's over.
Yeah, but even when you quoting like Neil deGrasse Tyson them, right? You got to remember, you got to know the difference between him writing a book and him writing a paper.
Yeah,
so
correct.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so the language he's using in his books is not the same language he's going to use when he's writing a paper. So that's what I'll be saying when they quoting using the words fire and this and that and the other, like, no, that's not what he mean. He was, you know what I mean? Like Neil didn't mean that. He wouldn't write that in the paper. If he wrote that in the paper, he would be actually wrong.
Yeah, no, but
you know what I'm saying?
If y'all really
get you in trouble. Yep.
If y'all
no, you can't just bust in like that though. Now, Valley, come on, man.
Yeah, we got a sister that got to go up first.
Yes,
go ahead, sister. Yes, let the wisdom speak for sure.
Oh, can I be heard?
Yes,
loud and clear.
Absolutely.
Oh, hi, this is Jackie. I just wanted to say to Corey, I was the one who called you out for attacking the SAR, but it ain't no big deal. You know, you disagreed with him, and I was on your side every bit of the way. And you know, I have coined my own term. I call it a African affinity complex, and I think
beautiful.
Laugh at me.
What?
No, that's beautiful. I'm not laughing at you. I'm not laughing at you, sister. I'm sorry. That's beautiful. I love it.
Well, Charles, I definitely got it. I
have been attacked behind the scenes for that. You know, it's been screenshots taken and, you know, messages in my DMs from Facebook for coining that term, because I want everybody to say it. You know, y'all try to, well, not y'all, but some people try to make us have an African affinity complex where we have to agree with everything that Africans did and try to lump them into some group, and they don't even lump themselves into a group, you know, and you know, I know I've been with you since day one. Since day one, you know, I've been there since day one.
Day one.
Love Productions, I've been there. I mean, for real. I mean, you know, if it wasn't for Ankh, I wouldn't be able to admit that I'm a non-believer. You know, Ankh helped me out with all of that. And I remember coming to Ankh and I was telling him, you know, if I'm supposed to agree with everything they do in Africa, what the hell am I doing here in America? And Ankh explained to me back then, this was years ago. He said, you know, in a way, we are our own tribe. We are our own self here in America. And at that point, just dealing with the different tribes and how they don't get along and all of this, I don't see how you can just take one damn tribe and mix and match all the shit you want to go on together and say that if you don't understand all this shit I put together, incorporating all this different shit, then you ain't African and you don't understand it. It's all about context and all this shit like that. I'm still a non-believer. At the end of the day, I'm still a non-believer. You ain't no different than the Europeans that brought this shit upon us. And that's all I wanted to say. So I just want you to know, I brought up that you did attack a side, but just let you know I'm on your side. I understand.
I appreciate that. I'll be seeing you. You be keeping it 100. You keep us grounded, right? You keep us from not having that echo chamber. So you keep doing what you're doing, sis. Keep calling us out on our bullshit and keep helping us disabuse the community of the pseudo beliefs they got. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they need to stop, and that's what it's the same with the Pan-Africanists too. I mean, y'all need to stop lumping Africa together as if it's a country. That's a fucking continent with like 50-something countries. You know what I mean? And you got different belief systems within countries. That's the thing that make us so great as a people that have dark skin. And I don't like to say melanated because we have three different forms of melanin. I mean, the fucking Irish is just as melanated as your black ass.
Everybody got
sound
melanin.
stupid. You sound stupid as hell talking about I'm melanated. So is everybody else. You know what I mean?
It's
the only thing
complex.
that ain't got melanin in it is a fucking arachnid. Everything got melanin in it. Everything on Earth got to be protected from the rays of the sun. So you know what I mean? I'm with the science. Anything that I find out and it is proven wrong through trials and testing, I'm willing to change what I think is true. I don't like to say I believe in stuff. I have like almost deleted that word from
I don't use that word anymore.
Thanks to Ankh. Talk about
I use
a man or a
understanding.
woman.
I use understanding now.
Yeah, understanding
in place of the word belief.
Yeah,
so it's either I
know
understand
I
it or I don't understand it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's me. I know or I don't know.
Yeah.
And most shit I don't know. So I don't agree with a lot of shit because I don't know. And
it's a strange road.
That's how I am. But yeah, I have been attacked and accused of being a pseudo killer groupie.
Wow. Who did that? Who did that? Nah, I don't want to know, Jackie.
Yeah, you don't want to know.
I'm gonna let it go. So
about it.
But like I read the Nairobi thing in Kenya. A battle rages on, man, and we have affinities to certain things, right? We love Africa. We care about our ancestors. Some of us, want to bring forth the traditions, and some of us want to create new things, or just want to make Africa relevant, make the African American community relevant in today's world. Like I want my kids to know there was a satellite launched, a telescope launched that is going to take us way back and saying, I want that. I want that for the people and anybody that's claiming RBG or Pan-African. If you're not claiming science, then you really don't care about the growth and development for Africa. You really don't. You just howling and screaming, mad. But go ahead now, Valley Hebrew. What's on your mind,
Now,
bro?
Valley. What's up, bro?
The double negative.
You the only real Hebrew. I just want to say, like, you the only real Hebrew out there now, Valley. Like, they ain't really up on the whole Nile Valley Hebrew thing. Like, I'm with you 100% on that. But go ahead, bro.
All right now. Well,
you don't sound like, hold on, man. You don't sound like you appreciated my big ups to you. God damn, bro.
Like I ain't highly convinced of your sincerity.
I just gave you a major shout out, right? That's cool how you do me, man. Damn, but go ahead, now, Valley. Go ahead.
It's all
he probably had some good weed.
He
had some good weed.
Ain't no sweat. It's all Nah, I don't smoke the bud, but sometimes I wish I could roll me one up and you know what I'm saying, and let some O's up to the gods. But anyway, but when it comes to the brother Sean, man, this is what I got out of the presentation. A mixed message. That's what I've got. That's what I got. So, and I'm gonna explain kind of what I mean by a mixed message out of what he went into.
But he ain't here to defend himself, so what are we gonna do with that?
Yeah, no, but that's kind of what we're talking about, the information based on the
Well,
scientific
well, the
side.
link is in the chat though, so it's all
It's
good.
public information. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
nothing
go ahead.
confidential.
Hold
Go
on one
ahead.
second.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Unc. Real 1 second. 1 second.
Yeah, what's up, Sosa, man? Pseudo killer fish, how you doing, brother? You drinking today, you drinking every day.
So
You like, I ain't
Sosa gonna bring us back down to earth. See, this is what I like about the pseudo killer, because
Yeah, here I
9
come. I
times out of
apologize,
10,
King.
he probably don't agree with none of the shit we said. Like, he
Yeah.
probably think we full of shit.
Peace,
What up,
Sosa.
Sosa? Peace, King Sosa. How you feeling, God?
Peace, everything good,
You
everything
got
good.
it, man. But what I
Glad to
was
speak to
saying is
people.
basically by me getting a mixed message out of what he was saying. If you really paid attention to his source was disagreeing with him. He will stop, try to break down his disagreement with a certain portion of the source, and then utilize the source to back up his claim in further paragraphs or points. And it just baffled me. And I was like, do he understand that he's reading a source that disagreed with what he was saying? And then he kept going into sources that contradicted itself within the sources. And I'm like, at the same time, you're talking about superstition, and superstition is that which those outside of the practitioners or who practice it label it that. But then you'll go into what superstition is, then you'll go into what spiritualism is, and it matches up with what Westerners call superstition. But at the same time, you're trying to separate Western philosophy from African philosophy in reference to theology. And it made no sense to me. And I said, well, wait,
what was
you
that, the
got to
last show they
blend.
did today?
Yeah, yeah. Early on the Mossy Word Clan, I was over there for a second.
Why you ain't get the link and get on it?
I was looking. No, I didn't get the link. You know, I ain't into getting links and pasting and all that. I just check out the information. Now, sometimes I shake my head. If it makes sense, it makes sense. But I saw you in there. You came in there, and the brother threw some shots at you. He said, "Why you in here? This ain't for you." You came in there and just said, "Hey, man, listen, whoop." And you really didn't say too much and none. You were just speaking on the information, and I heard him throw a shot at you. I sat there and heard.
He wasn't talking to me.
Yeah. Oh, why you in here? And I looked 3 messages up. It was you. I'm like, oh my, he got to be talking to Unc.
He wasn't
And then
talking to me.
because he kept talking about he heard what you heard what he said. Just leave it alone. It is what it is. And so y'all the only one been dealing with this information back and forth in that heated of a manner. So I'm putting 2 together. You know what I'm saying? I ain't
talking about me, man. I'm a
Mossy.
I'm a Mossy just as much as he's a Mossy.
Yeah, but I'm a blood, but you still have internal beef with home. You know what I'm saying? It happens like that. Politics is politics. That don't mean, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, politics. But I got mixed messages from what he was saying, though. You know what I'm saying, with that article. That's all I want. I got mixed
Okay, I'm gonna have to read it. I'm gonna have to look into it.
All the old articles.
I think I kind of know what you're saying. Like,
yeah, he's right. I'm familiar. I heard a little bit of it too when he got to read that whole part of it. Yeah, it was very contradicting.
What's up, though, Sosa? What's your take, man? Tell me where I fucked up at, Sosa. Tell me where I fucked up.
No, I ain't got. Like I said, I slid it late. I ain't got no issue with what I heard. Like, I was just saying, like, within the thing that he was reading, it was telling him, like, African and it was funny because the source he was reading was saying that African philosophy. That shit was killing. I'm saying, I'm like, if I use that term, they're gonna shut me down. But the whole thing he's talking about is African philosophy. But anyway, it was talking about you should only compare African philosophy to other philosophies or folk philosophy or Western philosophy, right? Like you don't compare. And so when you're looking at Kimoyo or religion of Africa, since they're not doing any tests, it's philosophy.
Right.
So then you cannot come and use philosophy and juxtapose that to something scientific.
You know what gave me the impression, big brother? I was
about to say to him.
No, we just dialoguing. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, we just dialoguing. I was gonna say to him when he said that, I was like, wait a minute. So you cannot ask the Hebrew gods, the Hebrews or the Israelites or Muslim, whatever, to prove their God. because what you're doing is when he was reading this information, he was talking about a Western methodology to try to solidify or justify African philosophy or the worship of their gods or their gods even being real. In one sense, he was saying we can't use it. In the next sense, he was saying we should do it, dealing with comparative, cultural comparative analysis. In one sense, he's saying we shouldn't compare them. And then in the same sense, he's saying we should compare them. Like, I was blown away. I'm talking about blown away. Mm-hmm. That's when you know somebody don't know what they read. They just reading to sound like they teaching, like they don't know what they read.
What I know of Sean, yo, he wouldn't do that.
That's a fact. I ain't gonna bear false witness on that. And anybody that heard that information, and I'm a Hebrew, and you know I'm an outcast.
He ain't no damn Hebrew. Get it straight.
Whatever the case may be.
Now, Hebrew,
but you got people who disagree with my overall worldview that'll sit here and tell you, "Oh, the brother on point. I heard that too, and that's what he made me think." The brother was all over the place with the information.
I mean, like I said, well, I heard it when he said. That's why I understood what he was saying, because when I was listening to it, I was thinking the same thing.
Exactly. You get what I'm saying?
Like the source is telling you to not to do what you're doing with trying to
exactly.
We're telling you don't do that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Then it was like, you know, they didn't make a claim, like the Bantu didn't make a claim, but he was like, they teachings don't make a claim, and like right there, like that make like my head start spinning when you say a sentence like that, because like how is the teachings not making a claim? That baffles me. That right there, like that kind of shit. I don't be understanding. Like, y'all can call me, like, I'm with it. I'm fine. Y'all just be like, yo, that motherfucking concrete core, that motherfucker stupid in the motherfucker, man. I mean, like, that just made all the sense in the world to me. Like, if somebody feel like that, fine, I ain't mad at you, but that shit didn't make no sense to me, man.
Because
that's the kind of shit that I be saying.
Here's where the problem comes with that, right? If you say the Africans understood the Big Bang to some degree, then you're saying that before the Europeans understood the Big Bang, the Africans already had an understanding of it. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, basically. And then when you nail them down on that, see, now after he done said, well, they didn't make a claim, and then I'm not making a claim, and then so like now we can't even ask a question now.
Yeah,
we can't even ask for clarity. You know what I'm saying? Because if I ask for clarity, oh, now you're accusing me and you don't understand what I'm saying and you can't read and whatever he said about me. I'm stupid. I'm the smartest person in the room over there, and all you niggas is stupid as fuck. You know, whatever he said about me. You know,
he said that? He said that?
He said that. Like, I mean, that's what that
I'm a yes man. I'm a yes man.
He didn't say.
I'm a yes man. Everything I agree with everything I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, Sosa. He didn't say stupid as fuck, right? But if I tell you, if I says to you, Sosa, if I says, yo, and you in the room with us, right? And I say, well, Unc the smartest person in the room, so he need to get out of that room. What that mean to you? Like, you in the room full of dumb motherfuckers. You need to get the fuck out the room.
No, but
right?
that's why
Does
he
that
left.
not mean that to you, Sosa, or am I tripping? Just tell me I'm tripping.
Nah, that's real. That's real.
So basically, he told me I'm a dumb motherfucker. He said that he basically said Cedric.
Y'all talking at the same time, y'all. It's crazy. Somebody got to stop.
Oh, well, he basically said that Cedric was a bitch ass nigga. Because like I'm just keeping it real. See, one thing about me, I don't sugarcoat it. I don't know how. I don't know how to sugarcoat it, right?
Oh, bitch ass
because
Cedric over there.
Yeah, because what he said.
Oh, last scientist nigga.
Cedric is a yes man. Cedric say yes to So in South Bend terms, right? In my interpretation of that means Cedric is a bitch ass nigga. Now, Sosa,
I'm a bitch ass nigga.
Am I wrong for interpreting it
that's
that
accurate.
way?
That's accurate.
No, that don't make no sense when you dealing with truth. If you say yes to what's true, how you a bitch ass nigga for that? I agree with Unc on a lot of points as a Hebrew, and a motherfucker come at my neck, hey, in the back chat. They won't say it when I'm around Uncle, whether the other brothers, because they don't want to deal with me and get humiliated in front of some, you know what I'm saying, quote unquote adversaries. But they'll see me in the back, hey man, why you do that? And I'll be like, well, if you got a problem with it, you know what I mean, you can talk, give my number, whatever the case may be. But they say that, but truth is truth when they're dealing with scientific literacy. Unc taught me some stuff. I had to go back and research that the Hebrew community was shone upon, but I had to research and let truth be truth. I had to let the pieces fall where they may fall. That's all that is.
Mm-hmm.
What
And
truth you got about the Hebrews?
100.
Let's put you on a scientific metric.
Now you put them on a hot seat.
I'm gonna give you a break.
Oh no, I ain't got no problem with that. If anybody know Nile Valley Hebrew, you know I deal with it all. Four corner facts. Ain't nowhere nobody can go. I can't go. You know what I'm saying?
Get one of your facts, yo. One of your facts.
He don't want. He don't want to swallow the fact that the Nile Valley people was Hebrew niggas. Them was some Hebrew niggas out there.
No. See, now we getting into theatrics, man. We ain't got no time for juggling.
Tell him this been my argument the whole time, right? Tell him that's been my argument.
No, you had what you will quote unquote call Hebrew people. You had modern day, what we call today Hebrew people. Whatever you want to call those people, in whatever tongue, whatever language, whatever word you want to use for them, we had those people all the way during pre-dynastic times, dwelling in Libya, which Libyans was the pre-dynastic Egyptians. A lot of these gods from the first dynasties, the earliest dynasties, when history starts being recorded, from dynasty 0 or whatever you want to call it, all the way up to pre-dynastic time to dynasty 1 or whatever you will call it, going all the way up. We've had what you would call Eastern gods, Western gods incorporated and amalgamated in Kemetic culture. It wasn't a monopoly on culturalistic ideas as far as the Kemetic people. Through all the dynasties and through all the years and millennia, it never was that. So we had an amalgamation of gods. You had gods coming from the south, the east, the west, was amalgamated or taken and represented as something different ideographically, but represented the same understanding culturally, or when you deal with the underlying thesis of whatever these people was trying to get to the public or get to they, you know what I'm saying, a community, village, or norms or whatever. Like you could marry your own goddess, or God. You could be in one with these gods and goddess. So you make a pact. Like today in some African cultures, you go to these cultures, they make a pact with a certain community god, village god of an occupation or profession. And these are not just aspects of nature. These are actual spiritual beings that they believe control the certain aspects of nature that can kill you if they will, if you don't feed them, if you don't pour libations, if you don't supplement them. In ancient Egypt, we was dealing with storehouses, in ancient Kemet, and we used to have to feed the dead so much that it would deplete the population storage, like the local vendors or whatever they had family deities. And sometimes if you weren't able to get to a temple or whatever, you can actually set up your own in your house or outside your house to ward off spirits or do your libation or whatever, so these guys can keep you cool. Whether it's your own ancestral protector god, or whether it's the village deity, or whether it's the nation deity or the supreme deity. This is how we worked in Africa, and we didn't look at it just like nature. We looked at it like spirits that'll fuck you up, control these nature, and you better appease these spirits. That's why we cut chickens. That's why we use blood, because life is in the blood. It talks about this in the scripture. Life is in the blood. So when you see in the Levitical priesthood what you would call a voodoo, that's actually African traditional spiritual system. You're reading it right in Leviticus. But because you don't know what original African traditional spiritual system is, when you read Leviticus, you don't know what the fuck you read. Or you would know Africa traditional spiritual systems, but won't read Leviticus. So you think we're dealing with white man shit. But when you look at the Leviticus, the sprinkle of the blood and all this shit, that's Africa. It's no way around it. That's nothing to do with no Europeans. You get what I'm saying? So I'm gonna just break that down like that there. But go ahead, God.
Yeah, I heard her go at Wujo with that shit. He beat Wujo with that. Egyptians don't be worshiping shit. Like he
Oh, you
beat
was there with
Wujo
me
up
and
with
with Java. Oh, I remember. Yeah,
Yeah, I was moderating because Wujo was trying to let you speak. He was like, "Yeah, well, I got some shit." You went to the goddamn notes and shit on some.
Yeah. Hey, look, Wujo ain't have an answer, did he, bro?
That's the first time I see Wujo try to kick him off the panel and shit. He's like,
right. It's about truth, man. It ain't about feel good. That's all it is.
Hilarious.
It is about truth, not about feel good. Yeah, but I gotta misunderstand it. You was right. You handled your business. I'm gonna keep on learning, King. That's what's going on.
Yeah, but it was all good. Like I said, I listened to some of it. Like I ain't jump on because like I don't be. Sometimes I just be in the mood, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause I feel like it's like beating a dead horse on certain on some stuff.
I know what you're saying, and I said in the chat though. I said this brother is trying to make spookism look not so spooky. I said it is what it is, bro. We Africans, bro. We dealt with the spooky. We dealt with cursing you. We dealt with all this. We dealt with bring me a parring or bring me some effluence, bring me a piece of a shirt, a picture, and I'm a cursing. We dealt with this stuff. It's going on right now in Africa, bro. Like, you get what I'm saying? We dealt with superstition. We believe, like, in some cultures, if you had twins, we believe sometimes twins was the sign of evil. We believe if your baby come out feet first, then you got to take it in the bush to kill it. If your baby come out with two front teeth, if your baby grow up with two front teeth and teeth started growing in, instead of the two bottom teeth, take it in the bush to kill it. So when a person tell me to go to my African culture or to what I was originally practicing, is that what I was originally practicing? Because what I deal with as a Hebrew Israelite, don't tell me to take no baby in the bush to kill it if it come out feet first, or if it come out a twin, or if it come out with if the top teeth start growing before the bottom. So when people tell people to go back to what their forefathers were practicing, you got to remember, we all had ancestors. So which of those ancestors are we pour libation to? We all had ancestors that probably was rapists, pedophiles, weirdos, murderers. So when we pour libations to ancestors, which one of those ancestors are we hoping to communicate with or hoping to get the protection of? Is it the rapist ancestor that we're pouring libation to? You got to identify the God that you're summoning. This is African culture. You just can't pour libations talking about the ancestors. That ain't how I go, because any ancestor can pop up on your ass. Yeah, you get what I'm saying? You got to identify the spirit. That's what they call in Africa spirit calling. You got to call a certain spirit. You call the spirit. You don't just pour shit out and say to the ancestors. That's these dudes around here, man.
You muted. You muted, man. If you're talking.
I don't want to talk to none of the ancestors. I'm good.
If I could,
who the hell is Unc talking to? He muted. Don't you know that?
Yeah, maybe.
Who's that?
I think so.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Brent.
Yeah, if I could, I just want to kind of pull it back to the core of earlier what we were kind of talking about. But I think the brothers, in terms of the pseudo killers and between the Mossy, I think we're arguing. I think these are good arguments to have, right? In terms of between science and philosophy, right? Because I think those conversations are being had today in academia, right? It's like, hey, is science a philosophy, or is philosophy a science, right? Even today, right? You have a field of study that's called philosophical science, right? So even it sounds very contradictory, or you would say an oxymoron between those terms, right? But a lot of that stuff, it's very close. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say at least I think we're having the right conversations and the right disagreements.
Yeah, I can feel that. I can
totally
feel that.
Agree. And this dialogue and comment. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, like King. I said, I don't. like I said, I don't mind the drawing of the connecting, certain things, as long as you keep it in the context of what it is. Like, I think I made a good point. Like, if you want, you compare African cosmology to other cosmologies. I mean, that's how you do it. You know what I mean? And there would be no, no type of side eye or disagreement. You know what I mean? But I think in retrospect, we kind of viewed as the heathens of Africa over here. So anytime we have any type of critique, they don't accept it as brotherly critique. They, it's more accepted as adversarial. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, you being really nice right now.
Yeah, I'll try to be.
What you say, sis? He being nice.
I'll try to be nice.
Because it's not even just on this forum. It's on a lot of forums. If if I come out and I say, well, I try not to tell people I'm an atheist, even though I don't care if people know or not, but I try to respect them and I don't want them to think I'm like worshiping the devil and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, I'm more moral than you. I know the Bible better than you. And you the one that practice this. And when you come out your mouth and you tell me, well, first of all, you're talking about a continent. You ain't talking about a country. You ain't even centered it down to a tribe or anything. You just took a whole bunch of shit and put it together. And you're going to try and tell me, somebody that studied this shit and came to the conclusion that I don't want to fuck with none of this, that you just don't understand. You putting it in the wrong context. You insulting my intelligence and you suffering from a cognitive dissonance that's making you intellectually dishonest, and you trying to put that shit on me. And I don't like that. I really don't.
You don't give you gumbo, sis, trying to tell you it's maze.
Yeah,
right, sis.
You being mad at me because it's not that I'm not accepting what you're saying. I'm saying that's good for you. Stop putting it on me. Stop
right, or
to
making you feel like you're less than because you won't accept. Yes, right. I get.
I'm not outcast because you done took all this shit from 54 damn countries and how many different tribes and put it all together and made your own little spirituality system. And because I say, well, just because you say it's African don't mean I got to accept it. You say, well, you don't understand the context. Something wrong with you. You just don't understand. Like, what the fuck I'm sorry. What
you got to look at it from a African perspective.
Yeah, your brain ain't no different than mine. What makes you think that just because I don't accept it, that I don't know this?
But sis, you know what's so crazy? The same people that are telling you got to look at it from an African perspective, them themselves are not even looking at it from an African perspective.
They can't be. That's my whole point right here. They can't be.
That's the dilemma.
Because if you was, you would let these people be who they are, and you wouldn't be disrespecting their traditions and picking and choosing what you want. The same thing these people over here do with the Bible. Matter of fact, I got that, and I need to send that to you. I'm gonna send it to you as soon as I get a chance. But that's what they do. They take and choose what they want from the Bible, and they make their own religion. I ain't a Catholic no more. Now I'm a Baptist. You know what I don't like with the Baptist? Right. I ain't a Baptist no more. Now I'm a Southern Methodist.
Don't make no sense.
I don't like that no more. I don't want to be a Southern Methodist. I want to be a Episcopalian. You know what I mean? On and on and on. I don't like that. God sent me these gold tablets, and I can only read them in a book, so that make me a Mormon. You know what? I don't care about your Mormonism. God told me that we was already here, and we Seventh-day Adventists. You know what I mean? That's what they doing. We're African spirituality, and most of these people ain't never even been to Africa. They ain't even talked to no African to explore any of these traditions that they just done grabbed up and grouped together and said, you know what? I'm more in touch with being African and American because I done took this from them and this from them and put it all together. And now I'm more African than you. And since you don't understand all this stuff that I put together, you ain't African either.
Right. Man, that's mumbo jumbo.
Right.
I'm
That's
more
Momo
moral
Jumbo.
than you. I respect their shit enough to let them have it.
That's right. Yes, that's
And
shit.
that's what they don't understand. To me, they disrespectful as hell. How
Oh
you
yeah.
gonna take they shit and say you better than everybody because you done brought it over here and mixed it all up and
And
you
watered it down. You don't water their shit down and calling it African spirituality.
yes.
You know what I'm saying? I wish, sis, I wish they would just say, I'm atheist. I wish everybody just come on and go and get with Uncle, get with people like you and say, listen, I'm atheist. Stop straddling the fence. And you cannot knowingly know these people will spook the hell out. Like the Christians, we all deal with supernatural, whether it's the Abrahamic religions, African religions, East Indian religions, ancient Native American, ancient Mayan, ancient Aztec, whatever the four corners of the globe, we deal with shamans, we deal with hallucinations, we deal with trances, we deal with talking to spirits. Wherever culture you find on the four corners of the globe, that's what we deal with. So if you, brother, is trying to use Western philosophy to justify a Western scientific basis for African spiritual systems, you're out of bounds. You just might as well come on and say, you know what, I'm atheist. I don't believe in this spookism. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to say, no, it's not spookism. It's what we in Western philosophy or using a scientific method understood that they was trying to say. No, no, brother. No, no way.
Spooky. Yeah,
no, they spooky, bro. Like keep it real. Like,
and they believe that shit. They believe
like
that
this.
You
yes,
supposed
go
to be
ahead,
Catholic. That's the only word that God gave. The God that everybody so-called worship is from the Bible. You ain't got no other God besides that God from the Bible. People can say it is another one, but that's the only one who put his shit in writing. So that's the one that everybody is building what they think they believe off of. He put all that shit in writing. And every time you deviate from what he put in writing, you saying that he wrong.
You know what that goes back to, sis? African cultures and African spiritual systems, we marry our deities. We can make vows and pacts and contracts with our village deity, deities of our profession, deities of our nation or tribes. We can make these oaths to this deity. And when we make these oaths to this deity, we must uphold our end, or that oath, that deity punishes us. This is Africa. Look up African tribes and tell them, and look up anything about the beef with their gods, or what happened to you, and what is the penalty, the rule for disrespecting a god or a village elder. Like it's happening. So what I was telling a lot of brothers and sisters a long time ago who told us we were spooky as Bible believers or supernatural, but I don't care what faith you in. If you believe in any type of supernatural, you had these guys running around here preaching Pan-Africanism, African spirituality, but denouncing the supernatural aspect of it. And that's not African.
Right.
They was doing that.
God,
so, and you get what I'm saying?
God, in the Bible, the Lord your God says in the Bible, don't put any other God before him. He didn't say you can have another one. He said just don't put it before him.
That's right. And I'm gonna tell you something. When you look at that, go ahead, sister.
And let us go down. He didn't say I'm omnipresent, I'm omnipotent. I already know what they're doing. I don't need to go look. He had to go look. He took his friends with him. He said,
there you go. There you go. And when you look at, go ahead, brother.
I want to like I think it like, you know, when we do go up, we have these little points, like how it's being done well. They'll take something we say and they'll critique it, but we don't really have a chance to respond. I'd be like, if there's really an intellectual misunderstanding, then let's set it up and let's just debate it like scholars do. It's done all the time. You know what I'm saying? We can do it either on a Mossy platform, or we can just mix it up. You know what I'm saying? That way both sides can observe it, and it ain't a yellow match.
I don't think nobody can know the Bible more than me. I know the Bible. I respect.
No, I'm not talking necessarily the Bible. I'm talking about our issue that we be having in terms of, you know, how, you know, when we have these different, we've had the
basically eternal things.
We had to argue over is there slavery in Africa one time. We had to argue about slavery.
I remember that.
Slavery didn't exist in that. Like, debate that then. You know what I'm saying? Let's
Right.
go ahead and just set that up and just debate it that way. Everything's laid out. And it's, you know what I mean? And it's over and done with. You know what I mean? But
it's
sometimes
never
happens.
it's every
Go ahead.
time I'm with you though. So it
That's
seems like
why
every time we do,
Corey attacked the son.
yeah,
Hey,
every
big,
time we have a disagreement or it's some type of misunderstanding or whatever. It seemed like Sean don't ever come over here to have the discussion. Like it's not. That's what it's all about. That's what this channel was all about, to like have the discussion. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, obviously sometimes we are orthodox over here. You know, you gonna get the cussing and you gonna yell and niggas gonna get the joking.
I mean, you get the cussing, man. Like,
yeah, I mean, but we do it all in good fun, though. You know what I'm saying? It's not malicious. You know, I mean, okay, I cussed old boy out, American Dream. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really cussed him out for real, but like, I wouldn't do that to nobody else, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's like to have discussions, but to do it to have it over here, right? You disagree, right? And then you do it. You have the whole thing over there,
yeah.
But you don't. But there's no. It's like you shadow boxing.
Yeah.
Everything sounds good, but if there's nobody there to refute anything you're saying, you know what I'm saying? So it's like that's why I really jump on, because like if I jump on, you're gonna become upset and emotional. Like it's gonna get to be. I'm like, I ain't finna go through it.
Yeah, and big brother, I asked repeatedly. I said, why ain't they putting the link in the chat? I just kept asking. Sean sent a chat, Ben sent a chat link. It seemed like, and then they were pulling people in the chat, like one or two people. The only people they were pulling, it seemed like, were they friends that would agree with them. Like they would, like, see how you brothers posted the link in the chat for people to come and interact, whether they disagree, hash out disagreements, or build on a certain topic. They wouldn't do that. It was a one-man show. Like he just wanted to spew the information, but not have a rebuttal.
Yeah, that's all.
You get
Always
what I'm
is.
saying? I got tired of it.
Other chats.
Yeah, they don't put the link in for nobody to join or nothing.
Yeah, because he don't want to be challenged on it. He's like, he look at it like he view it, and he view it as if he's teaching class, and there's nobody, there's no rebuttal.
He's horrible. He's a horrible teacher. I don't call him up for many stuff and brought it to him. He laughed it off, and I told Garfield, I said, hey, Garfield, I said, Garfield, hey man, look, I'm gonna tell you, stop having these dudes on your channel just saying anything, man. And Garfield side of the church mouse, all he told me is, yeah, now Valley, I understand what you said. And I say, now you heard what this dude just said, and I told this dude, where did he get that from? And this dude just set up on your channel, put out bad information, false information, and lied. And then I said, Garfield, it makes you look bad when you laugh and makes it seem like you agree with the dude and say, yeah. I said, that makes you look bad, especially when you've been dealing with these scholastic people, these academics of a certain caliber, and then you allow this type of information to be spewed across your platform with no challenge to it. You get what I'm saying? I said, it makes you look bad, Garfield. I told him that in person. Got on his thing and told him that. And I was talking about the brother Sean. The brother was spewing misinformation. I said, this is crazy. And Garfield was like, yeah, brother. Laugh. I said, And I called Garfield.
Next time we're gonna debate it out. But every time I pose a debate,
can't do that.
Every time I pose a debate, they say, they're above it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But then debate vaccines against
put it in writing.
Quackery.
Yeah, put it in writing. I don't want to talk about it. Put it in writing.
Yeah,
you know why they want to say that? Because they hoping people forget about it.
Like,
the time you take to put it in writing, they're hoping people forget about it. But don't get me wrong, the brother Sean, he's a smart brother. He be dropping some good information, but he hold himself to such high esteem. It looks bad if you come with misinformation. It looks twice as bad. Just say if a nigga bragging on about how good of a fighter he is versus a nigga that just want to fight and don't talk about that shit. You're going to be looking at the nigga who was bragging if he lose worse than you're going to be looking at the nigga that said nothing if he lose. You're going to be like, this nigga was talking all that shit and I ain't got his ass. But if the nigga that wasn't really bragging, if he don't say nothing, you're just going to be like, okay, well, he had a good fight. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But the nigga that's doing more bragging, you're going to look at him like, what? So when Sean doing all this, he hold himself up to this standard, and then you do something that's kindergarten and microwave information, then I got to look at that and I got to call Garfield immediately and say, hey, bro, You see what just happened on your show? Yeah, I know now, Valley. I say, listen, you got to stop that, bro. Don't let that. He said, okay, bro, I see what you're saying. I don't know if you took my advice or whatever, but I gave him the advice because, you know, me and Garfield debated a few times. We debated like, 7, 8 times. And people, a lot of people don't got that. That's when Google Hangout was going on. And I had my own show. And he used to come on my show and we used to get it in. Then we used to go on Christian show. We used to go everywhere. We used to get it in. Me and Garfield had a long debate about 2 hours on 24 hours. I forget the dude's name. Black 102, Black whatever. Black News, Black Star, Black Star. Black Star. That's his name. Black Star.
What you talking
Me
about?
And Garfield. I was talking about
putting the beat down on putting the beat down.
I was telling Garfield about how
time immemorial.
How it's not a good idea. How it's not a good idea to let people like as Sean come on his platform with misinformation.
Yo, you still on Sean, yo?
I just want to say real quick, I'm not attacking Sean.
No, I'm not attacking Sean because, like I just said, so he brings beautiful information. But I was talking about Garfield and how he should conduct his platform because he's dealing with scholars and academics. And then when you equate yourself with false information as if you solidifying it, it makes you look bad.
What false information did Sean bring, yo? I was on mute.
I'm talking about
I had the thing off. I was on mute. I was on the phone. I had nothing you said. What you say?
Okay, that's what I was saying. I wasn't talking about Sean per se. I was talking about false information, and I was talking about a time I talked to Brother Garfield about Sean doing a presentation on his channel. I was there for the whole presentation and bringing out false information. And when I challenged Sean on his false information, he couldn't tell me a source. He couldn't tell me where he got it from. If I tell you what the dude source and what he said and where he said he got it from, you'll laugh. You're going to fall out your chair. And I told Garfield on the one I said, Garfield, you have a platform.
Fall out the chair. What? Where you get it?
I said
he want to know what it is specifically. No,
all right, I'll tell you what it is specifically. He was talking about Benjamin of Tudela. I'm for sure y'all familiar with him. And toward the end of the channel, this is what all the Hebrews and Garfield be arguing with the Hebrews about Benjamin of Tudela. So he brings out a map of Benjamin of Tudela explorations and tried to show that he never went into West Africa to see if any Hebrews was there or whatnot. So, and then the brother said this was the actual map of Benjamin Tudela. So I challenged him. I said, Sean, who map is that again? Benjamin Tudela. I said, show me where you get that map from. Because Benjamin Tudela didn't write no map. He didn't draw a map. So what the brother did was go get a map from 1982 or something like that of a presupposition or a perspective of where Benjamin would have went, you know, like a modern day map mapping out where he went based on a perception of whatever his writings were. So he used this map and tried to say this was Benjamin's actual map. So I called him on that and I showed him that Benjamin never made no map himself. This is a map coming from the 1980s, 1990s of recent people just taking what they did, you know, like they did with the
it's called an inference map.
That's the inference, like they did with the Tigris and Euphrates in the Garden of Eden with the rivers, and they try to pick out a location where it might have been. This what this dude did, and try to say Benjamin did that himself. So I called him out on that, and he was butthurt. So I told Garfield, you can't have people doing that because scholars are watching you. You sit on your show with academics, and they're looking at you like, oh, he's bringing dumb niggers on. You get what I'm saying? Who knows they bias? He's bringing dumb niggers on to present as if they're scholars, and they're just making up shit. You get what I'm saying? You don't bring a source, a map from 1980, and tell the whole audience this is the work and the map that Benjamin of the Tudela subscribed himself or mapped out himself. You don't do that, man.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Oh, swear to God. Look on that last. Look on that last debate.
How you gonna swear to the Lord your God? The Lord your God tells you, right? And
enough of that, yo. All that time you were talking about, Sean, yo.
What a God, man. I couldn't believe he did it, man. I couldn't believe he did it because
really Hebrew. All that time, yo, you was lit up in yellow. because I had the sound down and the thing on me. I was on the phone. I'm laughing, kicking and shit. Yeah, I mean, matter of fact, I'm talking to Dr. Maya because she just got back from Africa, from Egypt. Shout out to Dr. Maya.
Tell her sister I said peace and send my love, man.
And you was talking about Sean all the time. Oh man, yo, ladies and gentlemen.
No, it wasn't about Sean, brother.
Don't say that because he didn't.
It wasn't about Sean, right?
Just ask what he was talking about. He started talking about Sean.
No, brother. The sister was building. We all was building. You just asked me what I was talking about before you jumped in, so I just broke it back down.
I'm about to say, God,
he got off. He went back to it. He got off Sean for a minute. Then we jumped back on a little bit.
You're right. Give the disclaimer on.
But
it's all right. It's all right.
It's all good though. It's all good.
Yeah.
What's fair is fair. Like I mean, Sean be on our head like a motherfucker. So if Sean catch a few shots tonight, it's all in good fun. It's all in fairness. Ain't nobody
wrong with it. We just dealing with scholarship. We ain't attacking nobody personally.
Disrespecting his manhood or his person.
Not at all.
Just talking about some of the scholarship that he's been doing.
Yeah,
right?
but now he got a lot of room though.
But he's been disrespecting people's person and manhood and things like that. You see what I'm saying? But we're not gonna stoop to that. We ain't gonna go down that level. We're gonna make sure we keep it integral over here. You know what I'm saying? So we don't have to worry about that. Now Valley gave his opinion. He said he brought up a map of inference map, which this is what creationists do. That's what a creationists do. They say, well, we should go over here and we should find Noah's Ark over here. You know what I'm saying? And this guy say, well, Noah should have been living at this time, and he was probably in Iraq. And
there you go.
And then next thing you know, they got a whole map.
Gonna skip over all of that and just ignore the fact that he just swore against the Lord his God.
Yeah.
How you gonna do that? That's what I mean about people that claim they religion and don't.
I don't got a religion, sis. I don't got a religion.
Oh, you don't got a religion now, Valley. Let me say it again.
At all. I ain't religious, sis. So I think she think I'm a Christian or something. I ain't an atheist Hebrew. But I think she think I'm a Christian or something. You know you know what I think.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Is it a God?
I ain't none of that.
What's the name of the God?
We don't have a name for the God. We got attributes that we call him by. We got
what's the attributes?
We call him based on his actions, based on how he reveals himself to us, like all Africans.
What's that?
God doesn't reveal his name to us.
No, I'm asking what's the attribute?
Why you just call him God?
No, baby girl. Listen what I'm saying to you.
What kind of nigga is this nigga?
No, listen what I'm saying to you. I'm African. I'm straight. What we would call
fight for Sean.
I'm talking about God, not you.
Oh, God, what kind of name?
Yeah, what kind of nigga is that nigga? Like, he don't even give up his name? Like, what, this nigga's crazy.
No, listen. What I'm saying to you is this. No African.
God don't even give him his name. What's your name?
Listen.
Hold on, Hebrew. Hold on, wait. Before you say that, God, Moses said, "What's your name?" He said, "I am that I am." He said, "What? What's your name?"
No, he didn't say, "What's your name?" He said, "Who should I tell them sent?"
I am that I am. Yo, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's not asking me what's my name. Just like you say, baby.
Okay, what do I call you? Okay.
I call me this. That's it. The title. I am that I am.
Hold on.
It's not a name.
Clearly, do not swear by the heavens, nothing in the heaven and nothing in the earth, because it don't belong to you. So you can't
say that again, sis.
I said that he clearly tells you in Matthew 7, do not swear by the heaven or the earth, because nothing on the earth belongs to you, and nothing in the heaven belongs to you. So you should not swear.
I didn't swear by the heaven and the earth. I said I swear to my power.
You swear, period.
No, can you read period?
You ain't said.
You said by the heavens of the earth. I ain't said nothing about no heavens of the earth.
You ain't say I swear to my power. You say I swear to my God.
That's the same thing. You know, we talking colloquial. But sis, another thing.
That's what I was saying, concrete Corey, about. I will not debate religion with no religious person, because they don't. They don't even follow the own rules of their own book. I have not said those words that I swear to anything at least since 1991.
Hey, sis, I can understand. I understand that.
It irks me every time somebody say that and they claim to
sis.
believe in God. How can you believe in
say
God and you swear on him?
he
How?
said
I can
God got an
understand your
attribute.
I can understand your frustration, sis. But what I'm telling you is this:
Now,
the verse. Hold on,
attribute.
let me work something out with it, sis. I got you.
You
When I'm
got
telling
me?
you, when we swear to a power,
To a
when I
power.
swear, listen, sis, listen to me. When I said I swear to God, you brought up a scriptures talking about don't swear to the heaven and earth. Is the heaven or earth God?
Man, he says, do not swear to me. Do not swear to the heaven.
Can
He
you
says
read
nothing.
it?
Wait a minute. He
Can
says
you read
nothing.
it?
It's in Mark
All the
7.
way
Wait a
left,
minute.
boy.
Do you want me to get my Bible and read it to you? Because I know this. I
Yes,
know
ma'am.
this verse
Please
by
do.
heart.
Yes,
I know this
ma'am.
Bible by heart.
Yes,
That
It
shit
ma'am.
says, do not
hilarious.
You
swear
got to
by
swear to
nothing
the
in the
10 to the
heaven and
43rd
nothing
power.
on the earth, because
Yes,
none of that
ma'am.
belongs to you.
Yes, ma'am. I want you to read it instead of us. You know what I'm saying? You paraphrase, and can you actually read it so we can have a clear understanding? And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll digress.
You need to
Ma'am,
know this.
it's nothing. Listen, ma'am. From what I understand, when I say swear to God, you reference the scriptures talk about heaven and earth.
Oh, you said
Heaven and earth
again.
has nothing to do with swearing to God. That's all I'm saying, ma'am. And if you can give me a scripture, because when you swear to something, you're going into a contract with it.
You shouldn't be swearing.
Listen,
The only thing that you allowed to swear on is your own testicles.
I hear you. I hear
your
you.
balls.
Okay. Can you bring the scripture out? Can you read to me where I'm not supposed to make an oath to my deity when I'm putting truth on the matter? Can you give me, because when I swear, I make an oath. When you swear to something, you make an oath. When I say swear to God, I make an oath. When you start talking about if they don't swear to the heavens or earth, worship them, I'm not swearing by any heavens or any earth. I'm swearing by, I'm not making an oath with I'm not making an oath with the heaven and the earth. When my word is my bond, like the 5%ers say, word is bond. You get what I'm saying? What they're doing
word is on your boss. It's not word is bond. His word is your boss. You supposed to swear on your
No, that's not what we mean, sis. We don't say word is boss. We're like, who taught this?
Telling you this.
Sis, I was
Okay, wait.
I come out of Corey,
do you understand now why I said I will never?
B-O-R-N. Word is born. B-O-R-N.
I will never.
Word is born. B-O-R-N. That means what I'm telling you is the truth. It's manifest. That's what I'm saying. Like, when we say word is born, that means I'm telling you what I'm saying is already manifested. Like God, like it says in the New Testament, what's made clear is in front of your face. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's made clear. But sister, I don't want to go off on a rabbit trail or nothing. If you could, can you pull up that scripture? Can you pull up
you
that
don't
scripture?
know your Bible. You believe that shit. I don't.
No, sis, can you pull up that scripture that tells me not to swear by my God?
You sound low, bro. You muffled or something. Nah, Val, you muffled or something, bro. You sound low or something.
That's because the mic's open. I hear myself.
Yeah, let's step away for a second. I don't know what y'all got it.
Well,
no, I said the mic was low. I stepped away for a minute. I don't know. I came back. I don't know what they.
Can you hear me, big brother? Am I all right now?
The mighty, the Nile Valley Hebrews say God don't got a name. We call him by his attribute, and I don't practice a religion. Yo, you tripping, yo.
That's African. We call him by what he show us. You get what I'm saying? Like every African name from God. Listen.
Hold on, yo, just one sec.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna relax.
I was just gonna give me a little spiel real quick and pass.
No, you jumping, yo. I ain't
jump. Go ahead.
I don't think you can actually get with Sean. I think you would beat the brakes off you with that.
All right, ain't nothing wrong with it.
I'm trying to figure out how you don't got a now. Everybody these days don't got no religion. What the hell is going on?
No, what?
It's embarrassing.
I will give you this much, and what we would call religion today, how we define it in Western terms, it would be considered a religion. It would be.
No, I'm saying outside. Why is it that? Why is the Western terms now?
Because if you look up what Western definitions has define a religion as, it fits what we practice. But that's not what we call it. What we call it is in spiritual, indigenous spiritual beliefs. You get what I'm saying? Like a Westerner may call a traditional healer a witch doctor. We don't call traditional healers witch doctors. So
hold on, you got some cultures in Africa to say the witches.
I know, but I'm talking about, listen, the practitioners themselves. We don't call our Babylons witch doctors. We don't call. I know
in Africa they call themselves witches.
I know. No.
Yes.
No. You can ask Mazi Warrior Clan.
I don't gotta ask the Mazi Warrior Clan that I know, yo. Like you act like I ain't
okay.
Man.
A word for witch is zoyudo. That's one of the words for witch in Africa. And what witch is, what it simply means is a root worker. Okay. But what I'm telling you is this: the connotation and context is lost in Western thought. You get what I'm saying? And so when they hear witch doctor, they hear, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna do this. But in Africa, if we do say witch, we would use our terminology, and then it's a meaning to the word we apply to it. That means a root worker. That means someone who can heal you when you're sick, someone who can grab these herbs, who don't need traditional medicine. We call them traditional healers. So what I'm just talking about is the language in connection with context. You get what I'm saying? That's all I'm talking about. The language in connection with context, Western thought versus African thought. You get what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, God. Go ahead.
Sound like a bunch of mumbo jumbo, yo. I'm just letting you know.
We Africans, we speak mumbo jumbo. That's why we going in trances. We say everything. Listen, why you think in a Christian church they be talking about the Holy Ghost and they be talking in fake tongues? That's all African, man. You know what I'm saying? When you go into a trance, they be talking in tongues.
Slow down. Hey, Sosa.
Yeah.
Man say he ain't had no religion, but he had some traditional spirituality. Where the spirituality come from the Christians, though. They made that up. So how you doing that?
Go ahead, Sosa. Because I want to respond, but I'm gonna let he ask you the question. So
the Christians came up with the spirituality shit.
No, see, you talking about the word or the concept. You talking about the word, huh?
The word, nigga, spirituality. The Christians did that.
You're talking about the word or the concept. One more time, I'm gonna ask you. You're talking about the word or the concept?
All above, goddammit.
No. The concept of spirituality is ancestor veneration, deity. Listen, deity veneration, libation, which you are big on, supplementation of the gods or the spirits, and application of tools necessary to sustain the economic growth of one community, village, township, province, or people. That's what it does. That's what spirituality does for Africans. We're tapping into the supernatural. We're tapping into supernatural. Listen, we're tapping into supernatural energies, making them manifest in the physical realm to manipulate those energies. Because you got to remember, when you deal with the Akan, you got the Weazad and you got the what you would call the corporeal world, the corporal world. These are mirror images. One gives birth to the other. One goes back to the other. The physical goes back to the corporal. I mean, the Weazad, or the what you would call the corporal, which is the physical realm, goes back to the Weazad, which is the supernatural realm. This is a kind of spirituality. My grandmother was a kind. I grew up in this. My grandmother was a root worker. She was a traditional healer. She was a Geechee from South Carolina. I grew up in this life. Nobody can tell me about this, man. When I sit up and watch it in my house every day. As a baby, I grew up around this, man. As spirits, my grandmama called on like, this is real. This is real.
Bible says that you making up your own real. The Bible says, again, you have heard that it was said to those of old, you shall not swear falsely, but shall perform your oaths to the Lord.
You should not swear falsely. That's a provision right there, sis. Though you got to remember, sis.
Hey.
It's a provision. That's
Jesus
all.
Wasn't finished. You gonna cut Jesus off?
No, ma'am.
But I say to you, do not swear at all, neither by the heaven, for it is God's throne, nor by the earth, for it is his footstool, nor by Jerusalem, for it is his city of the great king. Nor shall you swear by your head, because you cannot make one hair white or black. But let your yes be yes, and your no, no. For whatever is more than these is from the evil one.
That's right, sis. Beautiful. And let me break that down, sister.
Oh, you gonna break it down
more? To break
No,
it down. It was clear. I understood it. I don't need you to put it in no context.
Well, can I ask you what is that saying, sister, if you don't mind?
Do not swear.
That's all it's saying. That's all you got out of that.
Hell yeah. What else should I get?
Oh my God, we got to do work.
I don't swear.
We got to.
I don't swear. Nobody has never heard me swear, and anybody that knows me will never ask me to swear. I don't swear.
Okay, sister. Okay, can we get some? Any brothers? The scripture she read, it's all y'all got out of that scripture is don't swear. Just tell me if I'm tripping.
That's all I got out of there.
Any other body wanna? Is all y'all got out of there is don't swear.
Where you at, Cedric?
As soon as I heard the Bible stuff, my mind drifted.
Yeah, I didn't left the building.
Listen, it says to you right here.
Well, listen, wait a minute, sister, because I want the brothers to listen. Hold on, before you read it again, I want the brothers to listen.
Listen,
so they can have some constructive critique, constructive criticism.
Do not swear at all.
There you
By
go.
what? Say that. No, read it from the top, sister, because you just sister. Wow.
I know this Bible back and forth.
Sister, can you
debate the Bible?
If it's okay with you, sister,
make your point about not valid Hebrew, because I'm figuring out. I just came. I don't know what y'all arguing about swearing oaths. Like, let's break it down.
See what I'm trying to tell a sister is what she read is completely African. What it's talking about is oaths to the heavens, which isn't a god. The earth, which isn't your power, yourself, which you can't. Listen, sister, if you understand oath and swearing is making an allegiance to something. It is making an oath, entering to a contract, sis. That's what it is.
Wait a minute.
That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. So once you understand that, then you know
God
context follows.
God is wrong. In your eyes, God is wrong.
No, ma'am.
When he put in his Bible, when he says do not swear at all, he made a mistake. You right.
No, sister. I'm not. No, sister. You right about he said don't
that's
swear.
What you're arguing against.
No,
you're
no,
not
no,
arguing
sister.
Against me. You arguing against the word of God. You know that, right?
No, sister. I'm not. I'm trying to tell you.
You couldn't even get past it.
No, sister. No, sister. What I'm telling you, you taking out of context.
Wait, Mike. Yo. It say don't swear at all. Your eyes is taken out of context.
That's out of context.
If you listen,
I'm telling you,
do not swear at all.
Listen,
I'm not making that up. That's what it said in the Bible.
Sister, nobody said you're making it up. Please hear me. But you don't have to be making it up for it to be out of context, sister. You're not making it up at all.
Let me read this to you. Hold on.
That's why I asked you if you go from the first thing you read. I try to stop you and break that down.
We don't need you to break it down. We can read.
Simple. It's very simple.
Hold on. Now, hold on. Go ahead.
Really good. Etymology online dictionary. Spiritual. 1300s. AD. Of concerning the spirit, especially in religious aspect. From Old French, spiritual, or directly from the medieval Latin, use of Latin spirituals, or pertaining to breath, breathing, wind, or air, pertaining to the spirit. Spiritus, of breathing of the spirit. See spirit, meaning of or concerning the church. Is attested from the mid 14 AD. Spirituality, Old English word for spiritual. Come on, man. The Hebrews predate that, yo. I'm telling you, so when you talk about ain't no religion without spiritual, you messed that up. Yeah, the word is brought forth by the Christians, yo. I try to tell you, yo. Come on, yo, you can't, you doing it, though. Y'all got it. You practice it, and it's cool.
I got no problem. I got no problem with what you read, Unc. I agree with that. Remember, I agreed with that earlier. I said in the Western context and definition.
No, the word is a Western word.
I know that, I said that to you, but I said, listen, I said the word. Remember, I asked you, I said, what do you mean by spirit? Are you talking about the word or the application of its use as it's defined by the definition?
It was almost
I
like
said, you get what I'm saying, Unc?
Yeah, it was almost like you was trying to trick me. You was talking double talk. You double talk me with that.
Nah, I won't double
very
talk.
confusing double talk. Listen,
I was talking about the word.
Hold on for a minute. She just read something. Watch this. She just read something. It was simple.
Yeah.
So we heard what it said, and then you telling us what it said.
No, sir. No, sir.
Yeah, you telling us what it's saying.
I agree with the sister wholeheartedly. I agree with her wholeheartedly, but I don't agree that she understands what she's reading. That's what I agree with her.
Hold on, watch this. You agree with what she said.
What she read.
So you agree with what she read, but you saying she don't understand what she read.
Yes, sir. Because if you understand my argument, I said, if I swear to God, she read when she first came off reading, it says, don't swear falsely. It didn't say don't swear. It says don't swear falsely. You get me now? And then by the heavens or the earth. Nowhere in what she read does it say don't swear to God. It says by the heavens, nor the earth, or by the own hairs of your head. It doesn't say
that you make your oath to God. You made an oath.
That's why I swear by.
Wait a minute. Don't cut me off. You made an oath to. No, you didn't. You made an oath to us on God. You swore to God. You swore. You swore to God. You swore to God.
I said I swear to y'all, huh?
No, you swore to God that you was telling us the truth. That's what you did.
You made an oath of covenant. You made a covenant oath.
Yeah. I made an oath to when I opened my mouth. I made
that you was telling us the truth.
That's
what
right.
The Bible says is that you make your oath to God. You made an oath to us. On God.
Don't swear falsely. That means I can't lie to you
very
either.
Good at comprehension. I'm
Sus,
very good at comprehension.
Look, I'm gonna just leave it alone, man. Sus, all right, let's do this. Maybe you can teach me something. Read that one more time, and can you slow it down? And then
Mongo slave.
It's not. And then just tell me where I'm wrong at. Start it before we start that big sus.
Is anybody else listening and can tell me if I'm wrong? Did he or did he not make an oath to us on God? He said he swore to God that he was telling us the truth.
I thought he made an oath. Wait, come on, man. Let me say this. I thought he made an oath to God. He made a contract with God that he's not lying.
That's right.
No, he made a contract on God to us that he wasn't lying.
Yeah, he made a contract with God that he wasn't lying and pertaining to us, which is bananas.
So he made an oath.
See, y'all saying two different things. I'm saying I made a contract to you. Saying I made a contract on us.
No, he swore to God. Look, he swore to God. The swearing is like an oath.
That's what I'm telling the sister. She don't get that.
God as what he was using to swear on.
That I would not lie to my fellow human beings. That's what I made my oath to God.
I thought it was.
Let me read it. Let me read it.
Yes, I did. Uncle, you got it right.
Again, you have heard that it was said to those of old, you shall not swear falsely.
Stop right there.
No, right there, I don't stop right there. That's where you getting it wrong at.
Okay, I'm sorry. Apologize. Feed the whole scripture. So finish the whole scripture, y'all. But y'all jot down, you should not swear falsely. Jot that down. Falsely. It's not saying you should not swear. Jot that down. Go ahead, sis.
But you shall perform your oaths to the Lord. He performed the oath to us.
No,
not to
my
the Lord.
oath to the Lord is swearing to him.
No, you didn't.
Don't you get
performed the oath to us.
Okay, we'll keep reading.
You said you swear to God to convince us that you was telling the truth. You didn't say that to convince God you was telling the truth.
Okay. No, man. She might have swayed me.
Go ahead, sis.
Now it says, listen, but I say to you.
Hey, Jack, you got the last word.
Do not swear at all, neither by the heaven, for it is God's throne, nor by the earth, for it is his footstool, nor by Jerusalem, for it is his city of the great king, nor shall you swear by your head, because you cannot make one hair white or black, but let your yes be yes and your no, no. For whatever is more than these is from the evil one. So you swore to us using God as your witness.
If that's what you heard, so
That's
shit,
in
I
that
can't
old
say.
English. I tell you what the gist of it
Hey,
is.
look, if I
Hold
swear,
on, wait a minute,
if I
Valley.
say I
Hold on.
swear by God,
Valley,
I don't know
hold
how
on,
it's to you that I'm
hold
swearing.
on, Valley.
I
Hold on,
believe
Valley.
Ain't
that.
no
I tell you
reason.
what the
Listen,
gist is.
if you telling us the truth, if you telling us
You
the
don't
truth,
need,
ain't
right,
no
you don't
reason to
need to do.
use the word swear
Yeah,
or
right.
God.
I was about to say that though. I really was about to say it. Just say let your yeses be yeses and your noes be noes. Simply put, all that shit you
I
just
guess,
said
man.
was extra. You didn't have to do that. That's
I
what it got
guess.
there.
I guess, man.
It
If
do.
that's
It's
how
a,
you, if
yes,
that's what y'all
yes,
get
you
out
know.
of that,
Yes,
then
that's
It
that's
what
what
the
just
y'all
said
Lord
get
it.
out of that.
says. That's
It
what the
just said
Lord
that.
your God says. He asks you nicely. Let your yes be yes and your no be
That's not
no.
Did
really
it
the Lord though. That's
did
an
it say
attribute.
did it say do not swear to God? That's my
I
whole
swear to God, I'm
question.
done.
It did
Listen,
say
hey, look,
that.
we done. Hey, look, I appreciate everybody coming through.
That's
Jack, I
sister,
appreciate you
man.
sliding on through, man. Appreciate that.
You know it, baby.
I thought it was a powerful show. I think it was a lot of education that, man. Go hit the rewind. Make sure y'all like. If you're in the land on the 22nd, yo, we're doing that event, man. We signing some books, yo. Everybody gonna be there, man. So I think the topic was a good topic. I think it needed to be talked about in proper context. So with that, man, I appreciate everybody coming through, man. And remember, man, don't compare indigenous African cosmology with modern science. It's not fair. It makes no sense. No more different if you could teleport back into Africa and you would give them a damn cell phone. What the hell are they gonna do with that? It's going around on the battery time. 3, 4, 2 days, a day, right? It's going around. What are they gonna charge it up at? They didn't even need a jet plane. Why would they need a jet plane? They ain't got no airports to land a damn jet plane. Ain't got no charger to charge the phone, so they wouldn't need an iPhone. Ain't got no roads to land a jet plane. They sure as hell didn't need a car. They had horses. That was good enough. So sometimes we place unbelievable pressures on the people that never even needed that. What we know for sure, they was very successful in their environment, in their ecology. They didn't need what we thought we needed right now. Now that things have progressed, now the times have changed, now that everybody got a gun, you damn straight need a damn gun. You damn straight need to have an airplane. You damn straight better have a vaccine. But this is now and that was then. So never think that, and this is the problem we have as African Americans, we think that saying that our ancestors could do what we doing, how we doing it is slick. No, you're really saying you're not satisfied with what they actually did. You're really saying that the quote unquote Big Bang Theory is the greatest thing ever. That's what you're really saying when you say that. The ancestors wasn't concerned with the Big Bang. They was concerned with their ecology and understanding their world with what they had to understand it with. So let this be a soft warning. Leave African culture alone. It stands on its own. It doesn't need modern science. They don't need a ship to sail to America. They don't need none of that because they was authors and kings and queens of their world, rulers of their ecology. And that's all Homo sapiens sapiens can really ask for. Do you rule your ecology? Do you understand it? Do you manipulate it in your favor to give rise to viable offspring? Do you do that? Are you educating your kids to put them in a favorable position? The Africans did. So I suggest we do the same. Stop projecting what you think they should have had or how they should have had it. It's an unfair comparison. They didn't need a Dell computer in the Sahara. They would have drowned and died. And with that, man, appreciate everybody coming through. So you got something to say, man? I know you in and out, moving quick. Nope. Look, with that, y'all, we out.